What's up, everybody? How are we doing today? We are here to find out the truth. The sponge truth. SpongeTruths back at it again. I can't get enough of this guy. It just there's something. Hello, welcome. Yeah, banger. All right, we're already getting hyped. Yeah, let's get some viewership going. Tell your friends. Come on, we are ripping apart SpongeTruths live. Of course, if you're not able to make it to the live, I do have Jackson Finelli podcast where I will be putting the edited together segment. I paused DoorDash to be here. Well, welcome. What's up? Hello, everybody. Hello. Hello. My chat should be visible. I guess it'll pop up in a bit. It should be popping up. Right. Got the chat box up. All right. How are we all doing today? Are we ready for some SpongeTruths? We had a lot of fun last week going over SpongeTruths, talking about I do not see channel change. I know. Where did it go? It should be here. Oh, there it goes. It's coming up. Takes a second, I guess. Sending it over and all that. All right. I watched SpongeTruths a while ago and it sucks. Well, I make SpongeTruths fun because I destroy it. I tear it apart. Okay, so I wanted to I did a little planning. I have not pre-watched. I have not watched the video. Last week with the Mr. Krabs one, I pre-watched it a little because I wanted to like check if it was actually like stealing from me. And it did. It stole a little bit from me. But last week's video we looked at with Mr. Krabs, it did not steal. Let me see. Oh, let me get to let me just zoom in a little bit. Yeah, this video right here, this times Mr. Krabs got what he deserved. People thought it stole from my Mr. Krabs getting the Krusty Krab destroyed video. It actually didn't, but just because it was too close. But it did steal from my Wet Painters video, actually, of all things. You know, you wouldn't tell from the thumbnail alone. Yeah, so there is a this works, this doesn't. I know. We're gonna watch this video because this is the one I want to talk about. But I don't know. We might have to do a double segment here. Because SpongeTruths is doing a this works, this doesn't. And if you're a fan of the channel, you would know. Let's look over here on here's my channel here. I love this works, this doesn't. This works, this look at all my this works, this doesn't. 1, 2, 3. Bad lesson, good lesson. It's not always this works, this doesn't. Not deserved, totally deserved. It's a good thumbnail formula. It is a good thumbnail formula. After this game, I think I want to do, well, I've been doing a Pokemon Nuzlocke. I think I want to do that after. I don't know if I'll play SpongeBob today. I'll definitely be playing SpongeBob in the coming days, for sure, though. I might have lost my progress that I played yesterday on stream. I might have not saved, so I need to check that if I lost all my Battle for Bikini Bottom progress. So yeah, this works, this doesn't. SpongeTruths figured out the formula. You know what the silly thing is with the SpongeTruths? So it's this works, this doesn't. But this is this doesn't, this works. This doesn't, and then this works. That's not how the English language works. In the English language, we read from left to right. So it should be this works, this doesn't, not this doesn't, this works. I think the reason for that is that this is actually a popular image. Like, I know I've seen this image before because I actually had to use this image and I had to crop out Patrick to get an image of classic Patrick for my timeline twist up video. So it has this doesn't, this work, but you can flip them. You should just, like, the thumbnail designer, who I actually assume is a person. I don't think these are AI generated thumbnails. There might be AI generated images in the thumbnails, like whatever this nonsense is with a green. I guess you could do that with like regular Photoshop tools. But like there was one. Yeah, with like this long tie, like they generative extended it, but they don't really use that much AI in the maybe that is. But I don't think the thumbnails really use AI. So like the thumbnail designer, they should have just flipped the classic SpongeBob. Oh, it's weird. Why do you not your unedited lives? My unedited lives are actually they're in an unlisted playlist. Check the playlist on the channel, and you can watch them. I don't leave the unedited lives on the channel public because they disrupt the algorithm from my scripted content. Because then people are gonna get recommended this live instead of my scripted video, which is most recently my plankton video that I want people to watch more, because that video is going to be better for business. But I do, if you're a super fan and you really want to watch the lives unedited, you can watch them in a playlist. There's a playlist on my channel. It's unedited playlist. I have one for gaming. I have one for discussions. I got you covered if you're a fan of the channel. Also, you should subscribe to Jackson Finelli podcast. That is in the description, and that's where I put the edited lives, which are more entertaining anyway because you cut out all the ers and uhs, you know. But I don't know. Some people like unedited. So yeah. So this works. All right. We'll revisit this. This works. Someone said something funny. Oh, so where did they go? Someone said, oh, I hope Mr. Krabs shows up in blue color. That's a reference to my video on the Bizarro Bottom, SpongeTruths Bizarro Bottom video, which blatantly stole from my Bizarro Bottom video. Has a part in it where the AI just like said Mr. Claus, who shows up in blue color, like just completely incoherent because it's AI and doesn't write correctly. All right, so let's talk about the main subject of this segment. I'd like to watch this video. Why are the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom such jerks? And I'm kind of drawn to this video a little bit. Like I'm just a little drawn to it. One, because I like that the cop says racist, and I'm just really curious if that pays off in the video. Like that was the first thing that caught my eye. But another thing is that this is a kind of video that's like been done a lot. Like the thing about SpongeTruths is that SpongeTruths is unoriginal. Like, and look, like with like this works, this doesn't. I'm not like mad that if you're a content creator out there and you're like making SpongeBob videos or any kind of videos, and you look at my videos and you're like, another one. If you look at this and you're like, oh wow, this works, this doesn't, is a good formula for getting clicks on a thumbnail. Like if you see that these work on this works, if you see that it works on my channel, I think you should do it. I mean, don't do the same font and the same color and the same thing. Like, you know, switch it up a little bit, which SpongeTruths, to be fair, did. But like you could do this works, this doesn't. I don't think I'm the first person to do this works, this doesn't. You know, but it's the fact that if you're AI, you are unoriginal. Like if everything you do is unoriginal, even stuff like this works, this doesn't, which would be like fine. Like if you look at like, this is you know, Ave, like good trash, you know, like, and my thumbnails are very similar to Ave's. I've been told that, like, you know, my font size, like mine has a little bit of a glow to it, but like all these, let's see what's some that are like similar. Oh, Ave likes red text. I prefer white text. Funniest episode ever. You know, this makes no sense. You know, like I've been told that they're but like that's fine. Like we're both human creators and we have different ways of looking at thumbnails. But anyway, why are the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom such jerks? Like this has been done before. Like I just searched SpongeBob background fish jerks. We got Pie Guy Rules from 10 years ago. Why are the background fish such jerks? What a strange thumbnail. I thought this was a really odd thumbnail, but then I saw that it was 10 years ago. So the YouTube thumbnail meta was just not the same 10 years ago. from Pie Guy Rules. Square theory. So I guess it's a theory video. And then from the Lydia Loves Timelines channel, I think this is animation focused stuff. I haven't really seen a lot of her work, but I've seen her thumbnails around. Why are SpongeBob background characters so mean? You know, like it's just been done. It's a common thing to talk about. SpongeBob background characters are unhinged. They're gonna beat you up over a Krabby Patty. We all know. It's a fun part of the show. In fact, my very first video on this channel is about that subject. I didn't do why are the background fish so mean because I know that had been done a lot. Like I had seen this stuff. I think this video. Wait, is this one before? Yeah, 1 year. It says 1 year ago. This was November 2024. I believe this video is older than mine because I saw that this video existed and saw that it was an important subject, like was a well thought out subject. But I didn't just take her idea. I saw, here's a popular video about the background fish. I want to talk about the background fish from a story perspective. So that actually was the subject of my very first video. So we'll see, because SpongeTruths steals. We'll see if there's anything in this video that's from this video. We don't know that for sure, but we could check it out. All right, without further ado, should we get into it? We get into it. Why is the cop racist? We have to know. Okay, place your bets. Let's do a poll. Do we think, and no cheating, if you've seen the video, all right, honor system, guys. Okay, do we think, okay, I'm going to ask the question. Do we think that the video will actually say anything about the cop being racist, or is it just in the thumbnail and it doesn't get brought up? Do we think SpongeTruths will address racist cop? All right. Yes, no. We're starting the poll. All right. Who thinks it's going to be? I think, you know what? I'm going to say, I think no. Okay. We got a big no. I think no. Now, I think logically no. I hope it does because it would be good content if it is. All right. We're getting a lot of no's. A lot of no's. Okay, most people say no. Makes me think it's likely it's not. I would be a little disappointed if it doesn't. I mean, that's silly enough. All right, we're going to end the poll. No, 84% no. People think that we are not going to address the racist cop. Okay. Because what would that even be? I mean, I haven't seen every episode of SpongeBob. Is there a modern episode? Like, there are SpongeBob episodes that are about racism. Squirrel jokes. I just talked about In the Mood to Feud, which apparently isn't about racism. We're going to go over the comments later. We'll talk about that later on. Stay tuned. The cop, bro, he's a cop. We have to know why the cop is called that. It seems like it's probably not. I think the thumbnails can be similar as long as the videos themselves differ. Of course, like I said, if you're an aspiring creator who does not use AI, look at my thumbnails and be like, which of my thumbnails are working? And like, you know, maybe if we're talking about it in a thing, like ask me advice on like thumbnail stuff. Like I'd say I'm pretty good at thumbnails. Oh, look, yeah, it's even. So my this works, this doesn't. So look, this is my Nosferatu video. So it's actually more similar to my old this works, this doesn't, because it uses the paper and it's yellow and red. My newer ones, I should actually change these because my newer ones do better. My newer ones are red and green. Red and green is better than yellow and red because this works should be green. This doesn't should be red. I think back then I thought that green text was going to perform poorly. And I do this little white thing in the middle. It's just better than the paper. I don't like the paper anymore. I've done it in a few videos. All right, we gotta start the video. We gotta start the video. All right. Heaven. Is this AI? This is a weird render here. This is probably AI. Look at all the Yeah, they're getting. Yeah, the audio's not on yet. Can you hear it? No audio? We got no audio. Desktop audio. Oh, I had it off. Okay. That's why we checked.
That is until
we got audio, guys.
Actually,
you hear it?
Pay attention to the citizens, because rude
How we doing?
is definitely an understatement. They're impulsive, weirdly proud of being wrong, and for some reason,
Audio
they
okay?
love
Okay.
turning.
All right. SpongeTruths time. All right, we got it. Stop yapping and start watching. No, me talking is the main content, guys. It looks AI. I think it's AI. Yeah. I mean, I've also never seen this image of Bikini Bottom before. Oh, we also have my co-editor in chat, who's also my fiance, is saying that yeah, we'll talk about that.
Bikini Bottom seems like one of the most peaceful
Heaven.
places. You've got
Oh, that's
Goo
so
Lagoon,
AI.
the Krusty Krab for lunch. A cozy
What? That's
little
not where
theater
any of those
downtown.
things are.
It's a fun little city to live in.
Oh, you turn it up for me. I need to hear better.
That is until you actually pay attention to the citizens, because rude is definitely an understatement. They're impulsive,
So apparently,
weirdly proud of being wrong, and for some reason they love
Yeah.
turning small.
yeah. So that was So these edits. Apparently, my channel editor thinks that
Weirdly proud of
they're
being
using
wrong.
like similar footage times as my video. Yeah, in my grandma's kisses video, I used actually my editor, because my editor picked out the footage. I do like final touches. The way my editing process works is I record the video, I give the footage off to my fiance, who's my editor. She plugs in the footage, and then after I go through, I put in some finishing touches, and I do like I do like editing magic if there's any like fancy edits and stuff. But she puts in the footage like in sequence. She's really good at it. She's better than me at choosing the right footage. She'll pick really good footage. And this is from my this is like the exact shots. Not this one. I've never covered this episode.
And yes, SpongeBob gets the worst of it. So the obvious question is, why? Did they genuinely hate someone like SpongeBob?
Why are they? Oh, it's just the inhabitants of Bikini Bottom. So it's not about the background fish specifically. It's about anyone. Can we get a direct comparison? Yeah, sure. It's a little close. Like it's a small thing because obviously like it's SpongeBob footage. Like I don't own the footage to SpongeBob. I don't own the rights to SpongeBob. I'm using it as fair use. So like it's kind of fair game. But basically what my fiance and editor thinks is happening here is that SpongeTruths, whose editor is aware I exist, by the way, the editor for SpongeTruths wanted me to hire them. And I didn't hire them because they use AI. They're like, they had on their little resume thing they sent me, it said they were like proficient in like Sora 2 or whatever. I'm like, I don't want to hire a person who's just going to use AI to do the job. Even though most editing can't be done with AI, I just wasn't comfortable with it because I'm very anti-AI. Where's the video that we're... Oh, okay. Controversial legacy of grandma's kisses. Maturity is probably around... so I'm glad... Okay. Yeah, the background fish are too mean.
Just some
yeah, look, we just saw it.
Is that Squidward is more in character for teasing SpongeBob, but the background fish are completely out of line.
And... Watch this.
Actually pay attention to the citizens.
No, I have covered this episode too, the bully.
They're impulsive.
Look at that. Same shot. Same shot. Can I turn it up? Yeah, is it too quiet? Why don't we try that?
And joining in to bully
that,
who to them
audio?
is just some minimum wage worker. SpongeBob later referred.
Yeah, turn it up more. Okay. Yeah, because I can't hear what you're hearing.
Weirdly proud of being wrong, and for some
So yeah, and I also let's see what else there was.
SpongeBob all the time and have a bit more of a rapport with him, which does make sense because these are
Max. Cool. I wasn't sure if it was too loud last time.
recurring background fish. So in most kids shows, the main character is usually a child who goes back in the day. This adds up. Now, wouldn't have a problem had this been a normal show. This is a challenge that wouldn't have even been a problem had this been a normal show, but their solution was to simply write the scene where the adult background characters...
Yeah, there it is. So that's the... It's like the same shot.
It's definitely an understatement. They're
and
impulsive,
like,
weirdly proud of being wrong, and...
so I think kind of what it is if I had to guess, I'd say that the editor for SpongeTruths, because it is a human editor. Like it is. You can't make AI edit a video like this. It is not possible. There is no thing that does that yet. I don't know if it ever could. I mean, maybe theoretically. Honestly, a program like that within reason could be useful as long as it's not like interrupting human intent. But we wouldn't want it to interrupt human intent. And I feel like it just would because that's how AI is. So I think basically what might be happening here is the editor goes into my video. So the way that my videos are cut is my editor had for this video, or not this video, for the Grandma's Kisses video, my editor just had the footage of the whole episode. And what I did is I nested the footage with the image of the box. So that way the box and the footage were connected so that if I had to make the footage move in and out, which I have to do sometimes for graphics. So these are connected in my Adobe Premiere and they go above the background. And the reason I do that is because when you make it, first of all, it's 4:3, so it looks weird with like black bars. And also you're less likely to get copyright claimed if you have the footage in like a box rather than taking up the whole screen. So that's the reason I do that. Fun fact. So in editing this video, my editor had the entire episode of Grandma's Kisses next to the footage of me talking, and she put the video of the episode on top of the dialogue where it fit best, you know, because sometimes it's me talking, sometimes you just have footage of me, makes it a lot easier to have that. And so what I think SpongeTruths might be doing and why it's significant that these are so similar is that by a SpongeTruths editor going into my video has now pre-selected the best footage to use as background footage. So the SpongeTruths editor would go into my video, take the footage of my video, and then crop it into just the square. I wonder if we could see any like evidence where like it didn't cut out, like if it like didn't cut out a part of the box or something like that. So again, this is all speculation, but that is quite interesting of a possibility here. Quite interesting indeed. Em does a really good job editing the vids. She does. I am so proud of her. I am so proud of you. She works so hard.
And for some reason, they love turning small problems into
But
public
this wasn't
events.
so maybe
and yes,
they took that
SpongeBob
from
gets the worst of it.
another.
So the obvious question is,
oh yeah, someone was saying in the chat, the SpongeBob in the No SpongeBob Day. This is so AI generated, right? Or it's just like that's got to be. Look at the eyelashes. One of the eyelashes is off. Yeah, they're getting more bold with the. Do we remember last week? Do we remember Not a Real Boy? Do we need to find Not a Real Boy? I think we need to get Not a Real Boy. I think we got to show Not a Real Boy, guys. Let's look at Not a Real Boy. Yeah, here it is. No, I don't want to open it in Photoshop. Whatever. All right, we can open it in Photoshop. Whatever. Okay. Do we remember Not a Real Boy? Not a Real Boy. Guys, it's Not a Real Boy. This is from last week. when I went over the Mr. Krabs video, they were talking about ARG, and they had a graphic of a ship with SpongeBob, Patrick, and whoever this is. And people were saying that they were calling it Not a Real Boy. And I think it's because it looks a little bit like that joke at the end of the first SpongeBob movie where King Neptune turns Mr. Krabs into a real boy, because it's like the same eyes and the same face. So, like, did the AI mix up Mr. Krabs and the real boy from that one joke? I don't know. Not a real boy. Not a real boy. The perfectionist I2P says that they're the one in the chat that named him. They're taking credit for it. Not a real boy. Patrick, Mr. Krabs, AI mashup. Yeah, so they're getting more real boy ending. I named him. Perfectionist. It is certainly not a real boy. I have such a real boy ending. Yeah. Hashtag not a real boy, stop AI. I think it was something like that. So yeah, they're getting more blatant with it. Because I had said when I watched the Bizarro Bottom video that they didn't have a lot of AI generated images. They should pick up a pencil. They should. Or they should have lovely fiancés that know how to pick up a pencil, because I don't know how to draw, but I don't use AI because I have a fiancé who can draw.
Is why? Did they genuinely hate someone like SpongeBob? Do they have a bad history of dealing with loud personalities? Or
why are they?
Are they just like this with everyone? However, the more I looked into it, I started to think that SpongeBob.
The more I looked into it, I think that's wrong. I think that's like. I want to discuss just that phrase. The more I looked into it. Isn't that so messy? So this was written by AI. I think we all know that right now, but I need to, like, I guess I'll just readdress that. But it just said,
are they just like this with everyone? However, the more I looked into it,
isn't that messed up? That, like, this was written by a computer. No one looked, this person didn't look into it. They didn't, like, when you watch my videos, I have to set aside time to watch all of the episodes that I talk about. Like, that's a part of the process. Like, I'm doing another video like my Krusty Krab video, but with the chum bucket, where it's every time the chum bucket is destroyed, which is only about 20 episodes, by the way. It might even be fewer because some of the ones on the list on the wiki might not count. But I have to set aside time to watch all of the episodes where the chum bucket gets destroyed. So if I say in my video where I'm talking about the chum bucket getting destroyed, or what I said in my Krusty Krab video, I probably said it where I said I watched all of the episodes where the Krusty Krab gets destroyed. I did. I watched it and I thought about these things. That means something. Like, you understand? I want to talk about the idea of the social contract. Okay? Have you ever heard of this concept before? The social contract? It's basically like an idea of between people, we just have general agreements on honesty and integrity and all this stuff. It's called the social contract. The fact that in the modern day, or just at all, that we lock our doors, we lock our doors, or we lock our cars when we go to places. This is because people are willing to violate the social contract. In that regard, it's of property. People will steal from you, so you have to lock up your stuff. It's unfortunate. If everyone on Earth magically started following the social contract, no one would ever have to lock their doors again. Obviously, this is unrealistic, but it would be true. And I think that having an AI thing say, and I was looking into it when it's not capable of doing so, I feel like that is also a violation of the social contract. Now, I can blame SpongeTruths for putting it in their video, and I can also blame the people who make AI, because it's designed to do that. I remember there was one time where I was watching something with like an AI, it was like an AI thing that like was talking about gaming. It was talking about video games. And I was looking at it as like, research. I was like trying to learn about it. It was someone I knew personally, that I don't want to like call out. I don't want to like mess with them or anything. I didn't know them very well. But basically I knew someone through like, regular old things back when I lived in California, who did videos on YouTube where they did something where they had an AI like co-host, like they were trying to do a podcast and they had an AI co-host. I'm not going to call them out, but they had an AI co-host and it was talking about video games, and the real person asked the AI, said, "What have you been playing lately?" Asked it to the AI as if it was like a person that they were having a conversation with. And the AI said, "I've been playing Stardew Valley." And I remember I just felt so sick by it. Like, no, it doesn't. It wasn't playing it. Like when you talk to a person, when a person says to you, "I've been playing Stardew Valley," when a person says to you, "Hey, I have been looking into this. I've been watching these SpongeBob episodes and seeing how cruel these characters are to SpongeBob. I've been doing that." That means something when a person says that to you. It means that they are communicating a perspective about something that they are understanding about the thing that they're watching. And when an AI lies to you and says, "I've been looking at it," it is making it's emulating that. It's what it's trying to do is it's emulating, because okay, so when you say that, so let's say I say something like that, like let's say in my chum bucket video where I talk about every time the chum bucket gets destroyed, let's say I have a line in that video where I say, "So I've been looking into all the times the chum bucket got destroyed." Like if I say that to you, what I am doing in saying that to you is I am emulating as if you were having a conversation with your buddy, with a friend. You're hanging out with someone and they say that. And I'm doing the same thing. I'm communicating to you a perspective in the same way that a friend would. The difference is that I'm a professional reviewer. So the insight that I have is a little, well, hopefully, I'm tooting my own horn a little bit, but I hope that you feel this way about me. I hope you feel this way about me. But the idea is with the professional, if you consider me a professional, let's say someone else, if you think I'm not that good, someone else, a professional reviewer is just someone who has a little more insight, but also likes to talk to you like they're your buddy, because it's that same thing. It's that same feeling of, oh yeah, this is something I'm thinking about. I care about this subject. Do you care about this subject too? And when I do it, because I'm a human, I am emulating that in a human way. So it's good that I emulate that. Whereas when it's AI that does it, it's bad that it emulates that. Because not only is it dishonest, but I think it weakens communication in general. So right now, AI is not super widespread. It really isn't. It could get a lot worse. Like I know there's a lot of AI videos on YouTube and it's bad and it's a problem, but people like me still do well. People bigger than me still do very well. It's not like it could get really bad, which is why we should fight against it. But yeah, so this stuff, but if this were widespread of computers saying, "I've been looking into this, I've been thinking," what happens to our perspectives? What happens to the value of an actual human perspective? When a person, when opinions are no longer mostly people, it's just a pretty scary thought of the idea of because then what do you get? Because like AI, the point is, because this came from somewhere, like I've been looking into it. It comes from my videos that talk about the background fish. It comes from that Lydia Loves Timelines person talking about the background fish. These were human beings who actually did think about this, and the AI is just pulling from them. So you could argue and be wrong that that's just the human intent because it's just using the general human thought. I don't really see it that way. I think that once it's taking it from somewhere, once it's not filtered through an actual human, it is not necessary. It is a net negative. How many months until Nickelodeon forced AI to be used in SpongeBob? I don't think it's very likely. I think it's very unlikely that that AI would ever be used in something like SpongeBob. It'd be a sad day, but I just these bigger shows, it's not going to help them. It just isn't going to help them. Like, they're fine. They're going to make things that are worse than what their artists make. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Started to think that SpongeBob wasn't the real cause here. He's just the town's favorite excuse.
Wow, that same footage again.
So yeah,
repeated.
Just like the title says, I'm convinced Bikini Bottomites are a bunch of idiots. And
that was not
you're about to see why. Now, of course, everything kind of has to start with SpongeBob. He's the main character, the center of this world everyone's reacting to. And there are some instances where people just seem to be mean jerks to SpongeBob.
Why are you using footage of this jellyfish song? You're talking about people being mean to him. And using
one of the earliest
footage.
examples is Season 3, The Sponge Who Could Fly.
Sponge Who Could Fly. I never covered this episode. Oh, Bro's putting the song in. Bro's trying to get me demonetized.
Public. People start to make
I'm surprised
fun
he
of
played
him.
the song.
They called him a Birdman, taunt him with a chicken move. Even a local newspaper made a joke about it. A local nutcase tries to fly.
Just
it's laughter
recapping.
everywhere. Everyone thinks his dream is ridiculous. However,
Just recapping.
Given the context, it's not the first time we heard a story of someone being called ridiculous for...
Guys, I can't find the real boy image on Reddit. You probably wouldn't. I made it a thing last week. We can make it a thing, but it's probably not really well known. You had to like zoom in on the whole thing. Oh, you mean the real boy like from the actual movie?
Or having a crazy dream. It's just the way it is with every big innovation. With that being said, they're still jerks to SpongeBob. Because once SpongeBob talks back and says, what a sad day it is when a guy is being ridiculed for having a dream, they just double down on him by saying, you think you're the only one with unfulfilled dreams? Then...
Okay, so I want to talk about this a bit.
They chase him with a pitchfork.
Hey, look, wait a second. Look at this. I mean, I didn't cover this episode, but there's a little bit of black bars on the side. Do we see this? Just a little bit of a theory to edit stealing. This couldn't have been from my video because I didn't cover this episode. Or I've talked about this episode before, but I didn't cover this part of it. Do we see this, how there's little bits of black on the side of the footage? All right, there's little bits of black on the side of the footage in this shot. And now let's look at this part.
He wants to fly.
Which is from the same episode.
So
there isn't. It's footage from the same episode. It doesn't have it.
They're still jerks to SpongeBob.
Why is it cropped? Why is it just ever so slightly? Oh, this is so... Why is it ever so slightly uncropped?
When a guy is being ridiculed, filled dreams, they chase
Look at that. It cuts off immediately. Look, it's different size.
You think you're
so
the only one with
size.
unfulfilled dreams? Then they chase...
And then it cuts to it, and it's different footage. Are we seeing this? Are we getting what I'm talking about? Is this it's very small. It's really minor. Like, you got to really look at it. On the side of the footage in this shot, there's little pieces of black, meaning that it wasn't cropped correctly. But the But this has, okay, look, we can see it really clearly here. Look, see, this one's cropped in more and this one's cropped out. So if we're going by let's say we're gathering evidence for the idea that SpongeTruths' editor is taking footage from other videos to basically speed up their process. Instead of having the whole Sponge Who Could Fly episode and going through it and finding specific footage, you go through another person's video where they talked about this episode. So, like, let's say I haven't seen every video that's ever discussed this, but, like, if that, like, Lydia Loves Timelines video talked about the Sponge Who Could Fly, which it probably did. It's the background fish at their worst. I've never seen the video, so maybe it didn't. But, like, maybe that video had this part, and they just went through, and the reason that they took it from her video rather than taking it from the episode is that a YouTuber has already pre-selected the best footage, so it speeds up their process. But the cost is that your footage is going to be inconsistent. You're going to get it over here, you're going to get it over there. Very interesting, and just kind of an indication of, and also I do think that's bad in a couple of ways. I don't think it's like illegal because it's all fair use. It's all SpongeBob. You know, we don't own SpongeBob. I don't own the rights to SpongeBob. I use SpongeBob as commentary on the episodes. That is, when I use footage, it's commentary. It's the same here. That's just kind of how it works. What was I saying? So, what was it? I lost my train of thought. So the reason that that's bad is not because it's illegal, but because it stifles innovation. So let's say you have 20 different YouTubers, 20 different SpongeBob YouTubers. You got me, Ave, LS Mark, Alpha J Show, that Lydia Loves Timelines person. Let's say all of us, every single one of us, made a video that was basically the same video. It was a review of the Sponge Who Could Fly. We just talked about the episode, talked about its flaws, talked about, I think it's a good episode. Ave would probably think it's a good episode because Ave loves classic SpongeBob, so him and I would probably agree on that. Let's say some of the other ones didn't like it, whatever. Let's say we all made videos on it, and all of us, none of us stole from each other's videos. We all made these videos independently. We didn't make them, we didn't have any input with each other. All of us would have had to go through the footage of the entire episode and choose different shots from it. Now, some of us would probably pick the same shots. I feel like there's only so many shots in the episode. So I feel like if I was describing this scene, if Ave was describing this scene, we'd probably use similar shots. Maybe not the exact same moments. And that's kind of the point of it, is that we wouldn't use the exact same things. So this progresses innovation. We do different things. We choose different pieces of footage. We do different things with the footage. And that does matter for a better creative landscape. If SpongeTruths really is going and actually just stealing edits from people, which isn't even an AI thing, by the way, you would have to do that manually, then that is bad because it just stifles creativity throughout the entire media landscape. And this is something you could do pre-AI. I'm sure this has been done before AI. People would do that. Marcio Hack, is there a way to make a character trying to protect something that leads to them getting hurt workers and hair of blood? You asked that question in my Plankton video. So later on, we're going to go over the Plankton video comments. I just wanted to point you out because I know you really want me to answer this question, and I will. But I'm going to answer it when I go over the Plankton comments because it's going to be relevant to that stream, and it's not particularly relevant to this. But just know your question has been seen, and it will be answered later on. And if you don't catch it, subscribe to Jackson Finelli Podcast, and you'll be able to see the stream segment there. Okay. If everyone's using the same edits, there'd be no reason to watch more than one of their videos. Exactly. Like, you can watch... Like, I just did a video on Band Geeks. And it actually didn't perform too well, to be honest, compared to my other videos, which is funny because Band Geeks is like the most popular SpongeBob episode. But because Band Geeks is the most popular SpongeBob episode, it's been covered a lot. So someone sees my thumbnail and I'm talking about Bang Geeks, they might have already seen a video that says why Bang Geeks is the best SpongeBob episode ever, and maybe they're not inclined to watch mine. But my video on it is different from anyone else's. But if everyone's over there using the same edits and using AI to steal from each other, where's the place for originality?
With a pitchfork and torch. Like, is that the reason you're mad? Because someone is actually chasing his dream while you're already giving up?
Okay. That is not a criticism. That is not a criticism of the episode. Do we see this? Look.
Then they chase him with a pitchfork and torch.
Then they chase him with a pitchfork and torch. Singular. I think it's torches and pitchforks. All right.
Like, is that the reason you're mad? Because someone is actually chasing his dream while you're already giving up?
Bro, that's the point of the story. That's not a criticism. Yes, they're wrong. Yes, that is the point of the story.
SpongeBob talks back and says, what a sad day it is when a guy is being ridiculed for having a dream.
Yes, SpongeBob is supposed to be right. That's what the narrative is saying. Why are you criticizing the background fish for doing what the narrative said that they... And you can do that, by the way. Like, I just did a whole video on Mr. Krabs, does he deserve to have the Krusty Krab destroyed? But I didn't say it in the sense that the episode was flawed because, like imagine that I looked at Squid on Strike. You know, imagine I'm reviewing the episode Squid on Strike, and I'm like, Mr. Krabs, you charge Squidward for breathing? Isn't that like that's the point? It's the point of the episode is that the background fish are wrong.
Just double down on him by saying,
like, do you have any commentary?
The reason you're mad? Because someone is actually chasing his dream while you're already giving up? I'm a failure, so no one should be able to succeed. What a crab mentality.
What a crap mentality or crab mentality or whatever you just said. Yeah, that's the point. So you like the episode? That's the point of the episode. It's the point of the story. Me when the villains are villainous.
Then what about Grandma Kisses?
Oh boy. Oh boy. Guys, I have not seen this yet. Grandma's Kisses. Who else talked about Grandma's Kisses? This guy in this very bad frame, this very bad looking frame. This guy talked about Grandma's Kisses.
Between his desire to be seen.
All right. So let's see. I'm sure you're going to have completely new takes that aren't in any way similar to mine.
I can't think of any reason to make fun of anyone for loving his elderly grandmother. I mean,
wait a minute.
I can't think of any reason to make fun of anyone for loving his elderly.
Look at that cut. Look at how sloppy. Look at how sloppy this is. Look at this.
Grandma Kisses. I can't think of any reason to make fun of anyone for loving his...
Look at how it cut. It cut to the frame. So if we notice that, it went like... It's hard to describe. I avoid this happening all the time.
Make fun of anyone.
So it's this frame,
for loving
and then it cuts to SpongeBob for like a half a second, and then it cuts to this frame. That is such sloppy. I'm glad I didn't hire their editor, because obviously they're terrible. Like, what, I'm going to pay an editor to do that? Like, that's garbage. That's terrible work. Because, so basically what happened was when you have like footage of a show, sometimes when you cut the footage together beyond you talking, it'll get like half a second of the next shot before it goes into the next thing. And it's your job as the editor to get rid of that because it looks terrible. You don't want it to be when someone's watching it, they see like half a second of one shot. Now, if it was like 2 seconds of that other shot, that would be fine pacing wise, but it should never look like this. This is very sloppy editing.
I can't think of any reason to make fun of anyone for loving
his
elderly
for a second.
grandmother.
That is unacceptable. Unacceptable. If I hired this editor and they wanted to work for me, I'd be like, fix it. Like, fix it, dude. Like, what am I paying you for? I would not hire them again.
I mean, sure, she gave her grandson a bright pink lipstick kiss mark on the forehead. That was silly. And everyone at the workplace gets a laugh.
Yeah, something that my editor, my fiance, is very good at is she does this thing where she will, like, this is why, I mean, this is why I'm the guy you should watch instead of, or like, not even me. Watch Ave. Like, watch, you know, even if I'm not saying I'm the best guy around, you know, watch Ave. Like, that's fine. But like, what's a good example of that? So sometimes my editor.
Criticism 1. The back bullying SpongeBob because he has a kiss mark on his forehead from his grandmother. Squidward kind of spearheads this bullying. Fish are completely out of line. Joins that Squidward.
Oh yeah, so watch this. This is a great example of what my editor does.
Is more in character for teasing SpongeBob, but the background fish are completely out of line, joining in to bully who to them is just.
So that shot isn't actually that long. So what my editor did,
SpongeBob, but the background fish are completely out.
Is she found she went by frame, like she zoomed in and looked at the frames and found the optimal frame to loop this video of Squidward and the background fish laughing to sell that point.
Of line, joining in to bully who to them is.
So she basically extended that part of them laughing, because she has animation experience, so she's really good at that, and that is how you avoid stuff like the 1 second of the cut.
Loving his elderly
you can take so much control. You can take so much control. The mop scene is looped too. Oh, interesting.
Is just some minimum wage.
Oh yeah, so this is
this is completely out of line, joining in to bully who to them is just some minimum wage work.
Yeah, so that is extra. So in the actual episode, SpongeBob with the mop, he does that faster. Is that correct? I'm asking my editor. She did this. She did this part. Wait, why ice cubes? Ha ha ha. SpongeTruths didn't even know the reference to their own avatar. What did you put in my drink? You asked for a couple of ice cubes, and I only gave you one. I cannot do SpongeBob's voice. I'm too much of a natural baritone. Got an ice cube in the image.
Sure, she gave her grandson a bright pink lipstick kiss mark on the forehead. That was silly, and everyone at the workplace gets a laugh or two from it. But it goes way beyond just a laugh. They keep making fun of him acting like a baby and laughing non-stop, even though SpongeBob is on the edge of crying. What's even crazier, they go so far as to follow SpongeBob to his grandmother's house just to have one last good laugh at it.
Okay, so...
Like, what has SpongeBob done?
So this is what I said. So this is basically, so I made the same criticism, but let's see what SpongeTruths is missing.
So let's go over each of these and see if the criticisms are justified.
So the general structure of this video was Grandma's Kisses is a season 2 episode, but it's kind of disliked. It's not a particularly popular season 2 episode. It's considered flawed. So I went through the 3 main criticisms of it, and I talked about why they were criticisms. So very similar to what we just saw with SpongeTruths is I'm about to talk about the background fish, and SpongeTruths was saying, you know, how the background fish, they were jerks, they were this or that, they're that. But watch in mine how...
Criticism 1. The background fish are too mean. The role of the background fish in the story revolves around bullying SpongeBob because he has a kiss mark on his forehead from his grandmother.
Okay, so see how I started it, my framing. The role of the background fish in the story. So already I am putting us in the position of the audience. I am putting us in a position that is outside of the universe of the story, which is where we should be. We don't exist within the universe. A story is about teaching a lesson. That's the point of a story, is using characters to teach a lesson. That's the entire point of a story. That's why they exist. That is their social function. And so when you start saying, oh, they're so mean, blah, 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 it doesn't really do much. So I start by framing it like that.
Squidward kind of spearheads this bullying, but I think the consensus is that Squidward is more in character for teasing SpongeBob, but the background fish are completely out of line, joining in to bully who, to them, is just some minimum wage worker.
Okay, so because that sentence is similar to the SpongeTruths point, is like, why are they bullying SpongeBob? Oh, they're being so mean to SpongeBob. But because I framed it as
SpongeBob because he has a mean. The role of the background fish in the story revolves around bullying SpongeBob because he has a kiss.
So because I framed the point as the role of the background fish is to bully SpongeBob, now when I say
joining in to bully who, to them, is just some minimum wage worker.
So what I'm talking about there is not me saying, oh, they're such jerks, that makes it a bad episode. I'm saying that to the audience's perspective, it doesn't make sense that the background fish are bullying him. The criticism is not that the background fish are mean. A character can be mean in a narrative. That's the point. Like what we were saying earlier about the sponge who could fly. Them being mean is the point. What I'm saying here is that it doesn't make sense to the viewer that these characters would bully and I say a minimum wage worker, to kind of be a little cheeky, make a little bit of a joke on it, is kind of point out how silly that must be to the audience.
SpongeBob later refers to them as
the guys down at the Krusty Krab,
almost like they're a group of friends or something and not, just customers, which I guess adds a little more of a personal relationship. It implies to me that these people are Krusty Krab regulars who see SpongeBob all the time and have a bit more of a rapport with him, which...
Oh, I even defend it. I even say how it can make sense. This video was a while ago. I even say how it can make sense for the background fish to be mean. So I'm giving it more. There's another thing too that I also do in my videos that I think I think I'm just now realizing this. AI writing, I don't think can really understand nuance. It's so...
To succeed. What a crab mentality. Even crazier, they go so far as to follow SpongeBob to his grandmother's house, just without mentioning the most extreme examples. The episode, what has SpongeBob done to you? It's almost as if they're outright bullying SpongeBob at this point.
It's almost as if they're... No, they are. The scene is about bullying. What do you mean it's almost as if? So... the AI doesn't really understand nuance. A lot of things about a lot of my videos is that because art is subjective, I really work with the idea of nuance, the idea of what is your perspective? What is your, what are you thinking about when you are watching something? What are the different perspectives? How does it inform us? I tried to make AI think nuance. I got dizzy and had to take a nap from exhaustion. Yeah, can AI not write nuance? Could AI, I mean, AI can't write what I write because I have a human intent to it. That there's just things that is in the things that I write that AI cannot capture.
Which does make sense because these are recurring background fish. So in most kids shows, the main character is usually a child.
My audio here. My mic is too far from my mouth. This mic has to be closer to your mouth, guy. Okay. I'm better with that now.
Who goes to school. SpongeBob sets itself apart from these other shows by having SpongeBob's age be ambiguous, not exactly treating him as a kid or adult.
Okay, so this is something that SpongeTruths completely did not do. I mean, at least it didn't steal from me. But basically, I explain, because I'm criticizing the behavior of the background fish, I'm saying from a writing perspective why the background fish are so cruel. It's because in SpongeBob is an adult. He doesn't go to school. In a regular kid show,
and having his main setting be a workplace, and
yeah, in a regular kid show like Fairly Odd Parents, Timmy Turner goes to school. So if you have a plot where Timmy Turner gets bullied, he's just going to get bullied by the other kids at school, and it's going to make sense because they're all kids. But SpongeBob doesn't have that. SpongeBob doesn't, it has boating school. I addressed that it has boating school. But SpongeBob is an adult. So when you have a story that is about, you should watch this video. It's a very interesting video. 16K views. I mean, it's not terrible, but you should go watch this video. It's a good one.
And not a school. The idea of a main character in a kid's show going to school was so universal back in the day that boarding school as a setting only exists as a compromise with the execs who were afraid of breaking that established norm. While most
so I even bring up that I bring up that known fact about SpongeBob too. So I'm approaching it from so many different ways. Like, see how different this is in less time, by the way. So let's see. That's what, 3 minutes. So this is 3 minutes. This is 1 minute. This is 1 minute of me talking. And the Grandma's Kisses. It's less time. It's about 1 minute. Yeah, it's a little less. It's around the same amount of time of talking. SpongeTruths is a little less. And in mine, I set up all of the different the framing of how you see it as the audience. I set up the reason it's written that way, why this is a different show. I set up the two different perspectives. I say, oh, it doesn't make sense because he's a minimum wage worker, but also they do some work to make it personal. Like, it's there's just so much more that I do in the same amount of time because all SpongeTruths is doing is describing what happens.
Loving his elderly grandmother. I mean, sure, she gave her grandson a bright pink lipstick kiss mark on. Like, what has SpongeBob done to you? It's all.
All right, well, we can move on from Grandma's Kisses. Go watch my Grandma's Kisses video, if you want to see the rest, because I discuss it a lot more in depth. I also talk about Squid Baby in that video. I compare it to it. So if you want to see me take down Squid Baby, I also talk about it in that video.
Almost as if.
Is there a way to mute the ads when they appear because it mutes you instead? I don't know. Sorry. Sorry about the ads. Hey, I gotta get paid somehow. The AI can't really have an opinion about it because it never actually watched the episode. Exactly. And that's why it's so insulting that it says, I've been thinking a lot about this.
They're outright bullying SpongeBob at this point. But of course, we can't talk about them hating on SpongeBob without mentioning the most extreme examples. The episode Gone.
I watched this episode today, actually, because I'm planning a video about mean-spiritedness in SpongeBob. So it's funny that I just watched this episode. I have never talked about Gone in any of my videos, so this most likely didn't steal from me.
From season 6. They're going all out to make a national no SpongeBob.
Oh, they're reusing the same. They used this earlier, and it didn't make as much sense earlier to use it.
SpongeBob Day. Just to avoid SpongeBob for a full day, or a few weeks actually, because according to Patrick,
yeah, everybody needs.
I don't know, just describing the episode.
From SpongeBob and his iconic laughs. But then, as Mr. Krabs explained it, they built a giant wooden effigy of SpongeBob and burned it to the.
Wait, this is. Oh, wait, hold on. I think this is more fuel on the fire. Look at this.
They built a iconic.
So this is really clunky editing.
But
I would
then,
never edit
like this. As Mr. Krabs explained it, they built a giant wooden effigy of SpongeBob and burned.
So he's saying they built a giant wooden effigy of SpongeBob and then they burned it. But as he said, so if I edited this, which I wouldn't work for someone who writes the scripts with AI, but if I edited this, I would say, when I said they built a giant wooden effigy of him, I would show the actual shot. Why are you talking about the wooden effigy?
Explained it. They built a giant wooden
while he's knocking on Patrick's rock like 7 minutes earlier in the episode.
Effigy of SpongeBob and burned it to the ground.
And then they bring in an image. So this is kind of interesting. This is a little fuel on the fire of the SpongeTruths takes images from other YouTubers. So perhaps they couldn't find another YouTuber who talked about this episode who showed footage of the burning. Like maybe someone else talked about it and they just didn't talk about that detail. I would get that because like if I covered this episode, I don't know if I'd even talk about that detail. You know, I don't even know if because it's a joke, you know, like they burn the wooden effigy of SpongeBob. It's just a part of the joke. Like I don't think I would really describe that part when I'm currently writing an episode. I'm writing a video about this episode, or about mean-spiritedness and SpongeBob in general, and this episode's a part of it. I probably wouldn't even talk about this scene. So it's likely that another YouTuber who talked about this episode probably talked about Gone from the sake of it being like a psychological episode, it being like how SpongeBob, you know, goes crazy and he deals with it. So maybe they just didn't have that footage, and instead of getting footage of the actual episode,
they built a giant wooden effigy of SpongeBob and burned it to the...
They just got an image and put it in. Because honestly, sometimes I even do that where I do this a lot when I edit gaming videos rather than SpongeBob videos, because with SpongeBob it's an 11-minute episode. You can pretty much find the footage pretty easily. But like if I'm editing a big gaming video and I don't have the footage for something, I will sometimes throw in an image of the thing to get around needing the footage. That is a common editing tactic. It's not a terrible thing to do in that context. For this, this is very telling of just like kind of lazy editing.
Ground and danced on top of the ashes like there's no tomorrow.
Oh, and they have footage of the dancing? Wait, why did they not have footage of the effigy? That's so weird.
I wouldn't be surprised if they were trying to curse.
You know what it is? I bet that the video that they took it from didn't have video of the burning.
On top of the ashes,
but it did have video of the dancing. Because if I were talking about it and I said, yeah, they were celebrating No SpongeBob Day, I probably would use this shot of them dancing, but I probably wouldn't use the burning of the effigy.
No tomorrow. I wouldn't be surprised if they were trying to curse SpongeBob while they were at it.
What? Why? That is what? First of all, why are you speculating on what they would or would not have done? The narrative just tells you what they did. Why would they keep that like subtextual? They wanted to curse SpongeBob? What the heck? Is Stuck in the Ringer in your future video? Probably should be, right? It wasn't, but I think it is now. I'll look into it. That's a good one.
So, considering all these episodes I just talked about, it looks like people are in a deep love-hate relationship with SpongeBob. Some people clearly love him. Maybe even depend on him for being the best fry cook in town. It's just natural for a regular to get close to the restaurant employee.
Whatever.
And yet,
4 minutes in, by the way. So 4 minutes and 25 seconds. This video is 4 minutes and 25 seconds in. It has recapped. It has just recapped 3 episodes where other characters were mean to SpongeBob and criticized only that the characters were jerks. Which is the point of all 3 of those episodes. You may want to, you may be able to criticize the Grandma's Kisses one. It didn't talk about the actual criticisms of the Grandma's Kisses background fish behavior, which there are real criticisms of it. I addressed them in my video. And there also are real criticisms of Gone too. The way they act in Gone actually might be worse than Grandma's Kisses because it's very mean-spirited in Gone, and just kind of really out of nowhere. I'm still working out my thoughts on it. I'm going to write the video on it, but there are criticisms to be made, but just saying that they're mean is not enough. You need to say why narratively it doesn't communicate the message very well.
Go too far anytime they see a chance to make fun of SpongeBob.
Yeah, really using a lot of these shots.
Anytime they see a chance to make fun of SpongeBob. However, to give credit where it's due, I get why people try to justify it. SpongeBob is a lot to take on. He's loud, always puts his long nose where it doesn't belong, and he basically ends...
Why is this 16:9? Why is the aspect ratio... Are we seeing this? Why is the aspect ratio a rectangle for what... Oh, you know what?
He's loud, always puts his long nose where it does.
I bet. So this is weird. So this is from Graveyard Shift. Graveyard Shift is from season 2, season 3. Season 2 or 3. Graveyard Shift is a classic episode, which means it was 4-3. It's not, so it's a rectangle. So, you know, back before like 2010-ish to 2012-ish, TVs were squares, and now TVs are rectangles. So when SpongeBob aired on TV back in the early 2000s, all of the episodes were squares, including Graveyard Shift. So if you watch my videos and I talk about something like Graveyard Shift, it's going to be in a square box. But if I talk about a modern episode, Graveyard Shift is season 2, thank you. If I talk about a modern episode, like say Squid Ferratu, I'm going to have a rectangle. And I work that into the editing. But this is a 4:3. It's called 4:3 aspect ratio. But this is a 16:9 aspect ratio for what is a 4:3 aspect ratio episode. Now, why is that? Why would that be the case? Well, I think I have an answer. Official SpongeBob YouTube channel Graveyard Shift. If SpongeBob wasn't SpongeBob SquarePants official, if Graveyard Shift was an anime, what? That's not what I'm talking about. Guys, look. Oh, I don't want to play the music because it could get me copyrighted. But look at this. So the official SpongeBob YouTube channel, they expand the 4:3 episodes. Sometimes they do in this video. So this is from the official SpongeBob SquarePants, the hash slinging slasher full scene SpongeBob. You know, it's just the regular. You know, it's just the the copyright holders. They're putting clips from the show on YouTube to promote it and all that sort of stuff. It's very common stuff with shows like this. It's the same shot. Look. Are we seeing this? Yeah, they cropped it from the top. It's the same. That's where they took it from.
However, it is long, and he
That's where they took it from. They took it from the, and we saw this. We saw this last week with the Mr. Krabs video. Because in the Mr. Krabs video, there were shots. I gotta bring it up. Guys, we're learning a bit about SpongeTruths today. No way. No way. SpongeTruths steals edits too. That's so nuts. So watch. So this is from times Mr. Krabs got what he deserved. And I'm just trying to show. I'm not playing the audio. I'm just trying to show the actual part that matters. Where is it? Yeah, so look. Employee of the month. Oh, wait. I bet I could find it. And also look. 16:9. 16:9 employee of the month. Watch. So this is definitely the same shot from there. And let's go. SpongeBob SquarePants official. I think that's probably every time the Krusty Krab is destroyed, right? Official SpongeBob YouTube channel, Krusty Krab destroyed. Oh, my thing came out first. Every time Squidward's house was destroyed. Where's every time the Krusty Krab was destroyed? Oh, they like kind of periodically take them down. Let me see if there's... See if I can find it. Every time the Krusty Krab gets destroyed. Hi, my video. Every time SpongeBob destroyed playlist. Look, it's the same font. We don't even need to look because it's definitely from it. It's the same font. It's the same thing. Employee of the month. Same font, the same square. They're taking edits from other edited videos. Every time the Krusty Krab was destroyed, I bet we could find it. I bet we could. It's the same color. It's the same color. Look, it's the same color. I'll find the exact shot. It's probably right there. Oh, hey. I'm sorry, a little off topic. Look, SpongeBob SquarePants official. We just got a canon answer. SpongeBob SquarePants official. Sorry, this is a little off topic, but I have to point this out. SpongeBob SquarePants official included just one bite on the Krusty Krab destruction video. That means that just one bite is officially a Krusty Krab destruction, as per the official SpongeBob. That's crazy. We just proved that. That's so funny. All right, so there are officially 32 episodes of SpongeBob where the Krusty Krab gets destroyed. I'm glad I put it as an honorable mention in my video. Anyway, where is it? SpongeCano, Texas. Oh, Texas. I didn't count Texas. All right, I guess I dispute it because I don't count Texas. Where is it? Where's the one? Where is it? Employee of the month. Skill Crane, Scaredy Pants. There it is. We found it. Wait a minute. It's even worse. So look, there it is. There's the shot. Employee of the month. It's actually, look at this. It's their transition, too. It's the same transition. How lazy can you be? Look, it's exactly from there. It's blurred out for some reason on SpongeTruths. And then look, it's literally the same transition. So SpongeTruths takes the edits, too. What the barnacles? That's nuts. That's nuts. Wow. Should we try and report copyright? It's not really copyright. It is technically fair use. I'm not arguing it's illegal. I'm arguing it's just lame. Like, it's just lame, you know? Like, I guess within reason, you could take footage from the official SpongeBob YouTube channel. You could take footage from another video that had a SpongeBob episode. I think I had to do that with A Fish Called Sandy. I used footage from A Fish Called Sandy because at the time, I wasn't able to find it because it just wasn't around. And I used footage from YouTubers that was A Fish Called Sandy. So I did do this myself, but I only did it for that episode, and I also didn't try to take, like, their exact edits. I wanted it to be, like, just the episode itself. I took as much of the episode as I can because I couldn't find the full episode. But the best way to edit a SpongeBob video is to... The best way to edit a SpongeBob video is to have the full episode and pick the best footage from it. If you're going and you're just taking from, like, the official SpongeBob, if you're just taking from other videos, you're only using the footage that has been pre-selected by other YouTubers to be in their videos, and you're plugging it into your videos. This leads to diminishing returns on your videos, and it also makes it inconsistent. Like, why is this a square? This is not a 16:9 episode. If you look at my videos, when I cover an episode from the 4:3 era of SpongeBob, when it was 4:3 aspect ratio, all of the footage is going to be in the box, is going to be in the square. All of the footage from the HD era and onward is going to be in a rectangle. It's just weird how you're discussing a season 2 episode here, and it's a rectangle, and back here it's a square. It's just inconsistent. I've said it before, but I just love how honest you are about your video making process. Thank you. I really like doing behind the scenes stuff. I really like people knowing I really like people knowing my process. I like the ways that I do things being out there because I just think it's good for future creators too. And it does promote it just promotes, like, you know, it just promotes added caring about this kind of stuff. I think because SpongeTruths doesn't have this. Imagine SpongeTruths talking about their process. What do you even say? What do you even talk about? I talk for, you see it when you watch my gaming streams. If you're watching right now, you should check out when I'm like streaming like Battle for Bikini Bottom or like any video game. Most of the time, I'm not just narrating what's going on in the game. I'm talking about the videos. I'm talking about my process. It's a lot of fun. I'd highly recommend you watching it whenever I'm streaming those games. But yeah. A fish called Sandy got leaked online before the premiere day. Yeah, but I covered it. I covered it after it officially premiered. I didn't talk about it. I actually covered it even later. I didn't even cover it right after it came out. I covered it after Go Fetch came out because I compared it to Go Fetch. I didn't even cover a fish called Sandy in its own video. Oh, Dying for Pie. It's another popular video of mine. Okay.
A lot of laughs. Of conversation, puts his long nose where it doesn't belong.
Dude,
and he basically
it's
ends
so
every
blatant.
kind of conversation with a laugh.
Look at this. SpongeBob laughing for 10 minutes. Have you no integrity? With just popping up in there, SpongeBob laughing for 10 minutes.
A lot of laughs.
Look with it coming up.
Good one, Patrick.
Also, not to mention, there are just so many cases of SpongeBob destroying Bikini Bottom.
Why is this the footage? I like to say thank you for making me want to write scripts like you and analysis my favorite show. Well, thank you. And analyze my favorite show. Thank you so much. I saw your comment on my Plankton video. I'll probably talk about it later when I go over the comments. Thank you so much. I really want to, yeah, I want to, especially nowadays where people are so worried with everything being written by AI. I want people to feel empowered to write. There's still a place for you as a writer, you know? Imagine how funny it would be if we somehow created sentient AI and even they hated how people use AI to steal from other people. That'd be fun. I do believe that I don't think it's possible to create sentient AI. I just don't. If it is, it's unfalsifiable. If it is possible to create sentient AI, I don't think we should. I think it would be morally wrong. If we did create sentient AI and that sentient AI created art, I actually would consider that art valid because a living thing had intent in making it. That does not exist. That is not what this is. That would be funny. Out of curiosity, what do you think of Saber Fart making fun of you? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Saber Fart? Are you saying Saber Spark? Are you serious? Did that happen? I don't know what you're talking about. This is the first time hearing of this. Has someone talked about me? It's a parody channel. Saber Fart? That's actually a name? What is, I've never seen this channel. 5K subscribers? They have half as many as me. Modern SpongeBob doesn't understand brain rot. Oh, is this like, are they making fun of me? Really? We'll have to watch that after. I want to keep going with SpongeTruths. This talks about me? Hold on, we're gonna finish the SpongeTruths, but I am I don't see my video. Are you sure? I don't see anything about me in this. It's about like kind of similar things to what I do. All right, well, let me know what they... Okay, whatever. We'll go back to... It's a channel making fun of cartoon critics in general, but it's done in jest. Oh, gotcha. You got to really look through the video to see it. Sorry, bro. It's just hard to tell first. Oh, gotcha.
Because of just
maybe we could check it out.
Stuff.
Wait. Hold on.
Just
okay. I'm gonna go back to this because I just got
Just so many cases of SpongeBob destroying Bikini Bottom.
Why is this the footage? So many cases of SpongeBob destroying Bikini Bottom, and it's him with his teeth on his own house. Like, dude, I'm sorry, a man can't bite his own house? Why is this the footage used? I mean, I know why. It's because they're lazy with getting the footage. It was the first video, 612. 612, gotcha. We'll look at it after. We'll look at it after this video.
Because of just stupid stuff.
That is not SpongeBob's fault. That's Squidward's fault. They used dying for pie as an example of SpongeBob destroying Bikini Bottom. That is 100% Squidward's fault. Right? Maybe like 90%, because I guess SpongeBob knew it was a bomb. It's like Squidward said that it was a bomb, but SpongeBob clearly didn't understand that it was a bomb. Because he said, I kept the pie for us to share, let's eat. No way SpongeBob fully understood that it was a bomb. I don't think Squidward did a good enough job explaining it. Unlike the pirates, who were very clear. They were made in a factory, a bomb factory. I know the other pirate kind of tries to pretend like it wasn't, like they were kidding, but I think Squidward is responsible for this destruction. SpongeBob didn't know the pies were made in a factory. No, he did though. They told him they told him they did. I guess the captain then lied to him afterwards. I feel like if I were in Squidward's position, if someone said these were made in a bomb factory, and then the captain and then the other guy's like, nah, just kidding, I'd be like, you know what? I'm just gonna walk away then.
Once he shrinks everyone and puts them in a glass jar, he wraps them all because he thinks they're aliens in Sandy's rocket.
Yeah, just saying.
He causes
oh, look, they're back to, look at this. They're back to regular aspect ratio.
Once he shrinks
Look, this is the 16:9 aspect ratio. Again, this is Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy 3, so this should be a square. This should not be a rectangle. But they took it from the official SpongeBob that recrops them into being rectangles.
Everyone and puts them in a glass jar.
Wait, what was that?
Once he shrinks everyone and puts them in
Look at this. Look at this editing flub.
Once he shrinks
Look at this.
everyone and
for like I can't even pause it on the right side. For like like a millisecond, it takes up the full screen. Why? How does that even happen? What does this have to do with the Bikini Bottomites? Beats me. It's saying that actually it's not that incoherent. It's saying that SpongeBob deserves it because SpongeBob's destroyed Bikini Bottom, so it's saying why they hate him. So it's actually not that incoherent. AI is at least able to know that, but it can't give actual commentary. I love your vids, same as my two brothers. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Hey, just want to let you know that I discovered your channel when your video about the times the Krusty Krab was destroyed and if it was deserved or not. Hey, glad you... Wow, so you just found it? I'm glad you're here. Was that to keep your eyes focused on the video? No, it's just poor editing.
in a glass jar. He wrapped.
Basically, so here's what actually happened. I think I can figure out what happened with this.
Everyone and
so there's like a millisecond. Let's see if I can actually stop on the frame. It'd probably be impossible. Where is it? I can't find it.
Everyone and puts them.
Yeah, so there's like a millisecond where it is. I think what it is that when you plug in the footage is by default full screen. So the editor must have cut like a little bit off of the end for some reason or another before they resized it. So there was just a little bit of it being the wrong size. By the way, you could probably go through my videos and find a handful of mistakes like that. It happens. Change the speed to the slowest to catch the movement. Ooh, what would I do without you? What would I do without you, chat?
Case.
Oh my goodness. We should just watch the whole thing like this. No, we won't. Okay, yeah, we can catch it. Wow, you're so smart. Oh, thank you, chatter.
Everyone.
Oh, I still have to catch it. It's so fast.
Everyone.
You can use the period and comma to go frame by frame. Are you serious? Oh yeah. Wow. We got some computer geniuses in my chat here. So look, see? Okay, so look, frame by frame, yeah. It's 2 frames. So it's just 2 frames of it being full screen. So it must have just not had... This must have been the default size, and then it was resized. Yeah, and then it was resized. Mm-hmm. Yep. So it's just... So, like, if you go into my videos, you can find stuff like this. Let's see, another mistake I made. Like, if you look at my SpongeBob movie video... when I do chapter 2, it says chapter 1 and I say chapter 2. There's probably a couple times you could find where the thing is off. Oh, even in my Krusty Krab video, there's a part where I have a graphic that's supposed to come in and it comes in on the wrong spot. These things happen. Mistakes do get made when you edit videos. But the reason that I harp on some of these mistakes is that when you see a mistake in my video, because you know me, because you know that I'm someone with integrity, you know that it's just an honest mistake. But when I look at SpongeTruths that blasts out 3 videos a week, that uses AI, that takes from the SpongeBob official, that takes from probably other YouTubers, possibly even mine, the footage they edited, it just comes off as you're lazy. You don't care about your audience. When I sit and make videos for you guys, I'm thinking about you guys. I'm thinking about, how am I going to provide something good for my audience? How am I going to make my audience happy? I care about those things. I care about the people who are watching my videos. That's why I make videos. Why even do this? If you're SpongeTruths, why do this? Why not just get any other job? You know, why are you doing this? And there's a couple of different answers for that. Perhaps SpongeTruths is not American, perhaps SpongeTruth, like, or not, you know, perhaps SpongeTruths doesn't live in a first world country. That's specifically not American. There are plenty of not American first world countries. As of right now, probably ones that are have some better things in it. But like, this person could be in like a bad situation and like they're like resorting to like this. It's like a scammer, you know, like the scammers. It's not right. Doesn't make it right. But like, you know, why do this? Why do this, SpongeTruths? If you're, you know, you could do anything else. You don't care. All you're doing is taking away from people who do care. And that's why I really can't stand things like SpongeTruths. Every view of this video is someone who's not watching my video or not watching Ave, not watching a human creator. Doesn't matter if they're watching my video. I am okay with competing with human creators. If I compete with a human creator and the human creator, another human creator creates a better product than me and gets more views, then they deserve it. They deserve more views than me. That's fine. But with this, when this takes views away from me just because they're able to pump out more because they cut corners like this and they steal, like either through AI or just literally with the edits, these are, I don't think, valid ways of taking views from other people. It's bad for the media landscape. Whereas another channel, a human-run channel, doing better than me and getting more views than me because they did a better video is good for the media landscape because now I have to compete with that other channel. It makes my content better. It makes their content better. This only makes content worse. It makes content worse because it's now a race to the bottom. I'm surprised they don't use footage from piracy websites. Those have the episodes in proper 4:3 aspect ratio, but maybe doing exactly just that would be easier to be copyrighted. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, maybe we can spot like a watermark from like a but I haven't seen anything like that.
And put some.
Oh, I forgot what we said. I gotta put it back normal speed. Maybe like 125.
Glass jar. He wraps them all because he thinks they're aliens in Sandy's rocket.
I'm doing 1.25 speed.
Causes traffic terrors as a maniac in hall monitor. He even manages to blow up the whole town a few times.
Even manages to blow up the whole town a few times. Shows dying for pie when it's not his fault.
So, okay, if you only look at these examples, you could land.
Look, they're all in the wrong aspect ratio too. Like it's so clunky.
Rocket, he causes traffic terror.
Like watch this. Watch a transition. So like look at this. So this is so clunky. Look,
as a maniac
we have that, and then
even manages to
and then now it's 16:9. Like that was 4:3 cuts into 16:9. And by the way, this is a 4:3 episode, so they should both be the same size. But watch what I do when I have something similar happen. We'll just go Grandma's Kisses because there's an example for it. So at the end of my Grandma's Kisses video, I talked about Squid Baby, and I compared it to Grandma's Kisses.
Similarities to Grandma's Kisses in the sense that both stories revolve around themes of maturity and address the concept of acting childish. But while
So see what I just did there? So I switched. So Squid Baby is from the HD era, and I'm comparing Squid Baby to Grandma's Kisses.
Both stories revolve around themes of maturity and address the concept of acting childish. But while Grandma's...
So when I switch the aspect ratio, I like to have the larger footage, the 16:9. I like to have it swipe out of the video because it just is better for your eyes. If it suddenly cuts into this size, I don't think it looks as good. I mean, that would be fine. Like, it's okay, but it's so easy for me to do that. It literally, I just cut the tail end of this footage and I copy paste it. It takes me like 10 seconds for each time I have to do
Stories
this.
revolve around themes of maturity and address the concept of acting childish. But while
like it's so easy to do this. But the difference is there's two major differences. So with this, I'm talking about two different episodes from different eras of the show.
Stories revolve around themes of
So this is talking about two different episodes from different eras of the show. So the fact that there's an edit that makes the 16:9 move out and show the 4:3 also helps sell that I'm comparing two different eras of the show. As opposed to SpongeTruths, where the reason that this is a rectangle and that this is a square is just because they're lazy in their footage gathering. They just get footage from a bunch of different sources, which is other YouTube videos that make it speed up their process at the cost of you, the viewer. At the cost of you, the viewer, getting a worse product. So it wouldn't really, it would be weird if they edited it where, it would be weird if they edited it where this rectangle flew in over the square because this isn't supposed to be a rectangle episode. You'd be calling attention to the fact that this is a rectangle, which they don't want to call attention to that because that's just their footage being sourced from a bunch of random different places. Whereas I want to call attention to the fact that I'm using different aspect ratios because I'm calling attention to the fact that I'm covering two different eras. So just, and in a lot of ways, SpongeTruths has a lot more fancy edits than mine. You know, but they try to do like, you know, that Mr. Beast, like 4-second rule nonsense.
Manages to blow up the whole town a few times. Could land on a simple conclusion. Maybe SpongeBob really is the problem. But here's where it gets interesting.
They keep reusing the dying for pie footage. They said SpongeBob destroys Bikini Bottom a few times. But you only show dying for pie, which wasn't his fault. What are the other times SpongeBob destroys Bikini Bottom? Are there other examples? Could you count Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm? Could you count, is there any like boating school ones where he destroys the town? Wormy? What about Wormy? There's an example right there. SpongeBob absolutely, and Patrick, but SpongeBob and Patrick are equally responsible. They destroy the town in Wormy. Why not use that as an example? Oh, because your AI didn't tell you because you don't know anything about the show. So you wouldn't be able to I thought about that for 5 seconds. I'm like, what is an episode where SpongeBob destroys the town? Oh, Wormy. I came up with one. but the AI didn't come up with wormy, so they don't say wormy.
So, okay, if you own a problem. But here's where you realize SpongeBob is not the only one catching all the bullets.
What? Wait, what? Whoa, what?
This is the problem. But here's where it gets interesting. If you zoom out and look at how Bikini Bottom reacts to literally anything, you realize SpongeBob is not the only one catching all the bullets. Because, surprise, Bikini Bottom doesn't reserve this energy for SpongeBob. They do it to everyone.
Wait, they do it to... Oh my goodness. So the person who was talking before was right. The person who said before, why have this whole... Look, for 2 minutes. How long? No, gone? Okay, it's a minute. So they talked for 1 minute about SpongeBob being deserving of the background fish treating him badly because he blew up the town and dying for pie. And he bit his own house and dumped. I guess that's a reason. And the stuff with Texas and not Texas, the stuff where with Sandy's rocket and like just saying all these examples saying SpongeBob deserves it because he did all this stuff. But then he says they treat everyone like that. So why did you go on for a minute about all of the things that SpongeBob did? Is it because the AI just arbitrarily decided to talk about it and now they're not talking about it?
What?
Hey, pal. You just blowing from Stupid Town?
The best proof
Okay, but like okay,
for this argument is Squidward. If you've been following this channel for a while, you might be familiar with how I often talk...
If you've been following this channel for a while. Oh, I have. Oh, I actually haven't seen a lot of SpongeTruths video, to be honest. This would probably be only like the, what, 4th video of SpongeTruths I've actually sat and watched altogether.
About Squidward as a talented artist.
What is this image? This looks like fan art. Where did this image of Squidward come from? It doesn't look like AI. It's like weirdly shaded. Like it looks like it's from a broader piece of fan art that has like shading on Squidward. And the channel mod is looking for it. Email it to me if you find it. Let me know in the chat because I could pull it up if we find it. I don't like to use fan art in my videos. It's not like the worst thing in the world to do. I forgot to mention that the SpongeTruths voice has changed many times, as pointed out by Ave. That is true. Yeah, that is kind of the... There's other evidence that it's an AI voice. One that I've heard this AI voice. Found it? All right, people are finding it. People are finding it. Apparently, it's stolen fan art. Yeah, I don't like to use fan art in my videos. Now, obviously, like YouTube videos are about commentary. They're about fair use. People found... Okay, M the channel mods found it. Email it to me. I'm going to pull it up. We're going to find it. So I don't like to use fan art in my videos, except when it's fan art that is done by M, the channel mod, my fiance, because I explicitly commission her to make fan art. If you've seen in the Krusty Krab video, and I'll just show, I'll show the Band Geeks one because I kind of want to advertise the Band Geeks one. Guys, watch the Band Geeks video. Please watch the Band Geeks video. It's oh look, there's me. Yeah. It's too bad I kind of underperformed Band Geeks video. I love it. I love the Band Geeks video. I think it's wonderful. So here's some fan art. So I talk about how Band Geeks is like the Mona Lisa. This was done by my fiance. This is my video. I commissioned this for this video by also the same person who edits the video. So I use fan art when it's made by other people. I don't like to use other people's fan art. Maybe I would if I like shouted them out. If I was like, if I had like 100K subs, if I was a much bigger channel, if I use someone's fan art, I would probably just go out of my way to send people to their page. I feel like that's the right thing to do. Band Geeks is not like the Mona Lisa. Oh, you're the guy who doesn't like Band Geeks. I know. We're not talking about Band Geeks right now. We talked about it last week. It's a really good fan art. Thank you. Sorry, you don't like the band geeks. Okay, so yeah, if I was going to use someone's fan art, I would I mean, I literally credit my fiance right here. Original fan art by M. Finelli. It's literally right there. I literally credited the fan artist of this, and I commissioned this. But this, okay, so let me get the, okay, let me get the, apparently this is fan art. Let me find the source. Steam community. Oh, yep. Here we are. We found it. Oh, and it's even bold and brash. Look, here it is. Look, see? Oh, you know what else? Oh, you know what they so did? They used remove background. Look, he doesn't have the hat. They put into Photoshop. You could go into Photoshop. You can click a thing that says remove background. And it's not AI because it's not generative AI. You might call it AI, but it's not generative AI. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I do it. It's fine. It's just the Photoshop identifying what's a background and what isn't and deleting the background. So this is fan art. Here's the original fan art by who did it? We should shout out the artist. Do we have a credit for the artist? I would like to credit the artist. Does anyone have the name of the artist so that I can credit them? It's from Steam, SpongeBob Squidward art. It's quite nice. Yeah, and it has like that like shading. It's him painting bold and brash. Let's see, we got any credit? Do we have any credit for the art? Join this channel to get access to perks. Yep, gotta try and... Okay, so you're trying to get people to give you money, SpongeTruths. But are you crediting the artist that you used? Copyright disclaimer under Section 107. Such cringe. You don't need to put that. You don't need to put that. Nope, nothing. Nothing. Honestly, AI tell, by the way. Honestly. 40,000 views, by the way. 40,000 views, none of which get to find the credit for this artist that you just took. You just took it. So the reason that I don't like to use fan art in my videos, of just anyone's fan art, but I do use like SpongeBob the Show, is because SpongeBob the Show is, first of all, it's the thing I'm criticizing. And SpongeBob the Show is on another level. It's, you know, it's just different morally because SpongeBob is a big show. It's a big company and all that. And I'm commenting on it. But if I take someone's fan art and I put it in my video to help sell my message and I don't even credit them, that's stinky. That's stinky. That's stinky. That's stinky. Did you ban me from your channel? No, I didn't ban you from my channel. I wouldn't ban you just because you don't like band geeks. That's not nice. You're not banned, bro. I talked about your comment last week. Do you see the comment responses video of band geeks? Of course not. I allow freedom of opinion on SpongeBob episodes here. The artist's name is Xavier. Half of your comments aren't going through. Oh, I don't know why that is. No, I did not ban you. Is that Squidward AI? I don't think so. I highly doubt it. It looks like fan art to me. You can never trust anything in this world, unfortunately, but I don't think it is. I'm going to say I don't think it is. If I'm wrong and you're clowning on me, it doesn't have any tells that it is. It looks like an artist made it. Yes, by Xavier. I'm seeing Xavier is the actual artist of this. When I make this a segment, I'm gonna link to the fan art. So if you're watching this on Jackson Finelli Podcast, go in the description and Xavier, I'm gonna credit your art. I think it's not AI. If it is, then I'm duped. But I really doubt it is. It really does not look like it. Yeah. Wow. A suggestion for content like this: when you go through the video, go on. Yeah, I did change the speed.
An unforgiving place, like in my video about Squidward's paradox. In short, Squidward is literally the closest thing this show has to a normal adult. He's cynical, he keeps to himself most of the time.
Squidward is literally the closest thing the show has to a normal
He
adult.
loves to roast people every now and then. In some episodes, we can even see Squidward with them making fun of...
Oh my goodness, with the... What do you think about using AI as an inspiration? I do not mean literally taking the AI, but rather using the concept to make, for example, an AI abomination. Don't, what? What? Using AI as an inspiration? Whatever you're saying, don't do it. I don't think it's a good idea. Anything that's AI, like if you get like something from, like if you like ask like ChatGPT, hey, give me an idea for a YouTube video, but then you write the video, it's not going to give you a good answer. Your brain is a better source. Trust me, your brain is a better source. Your brain will always be a better source. It's your perspective. All it's going to do is give you an amalgamation of other perspectives. I wouldn't trust it. Oh, I mean not pause every 5 seconds, but watch fully first, then rewind to the parts for analyzing. I don't want to like pre-watch.
SpongeBob. And yet, Bikini Bottom still hates him for it. Like in Squidward, people cheer every time the Squidward doll performs, but not when Squidward's the one doing it. They're basically the same thing. Squidward...
Wait, what? What is it saying here? Okay, so it says Squidward is the most normal adult on the show. I guess that's like... I guess that's kind of true. I don't know.
And then, in some episodes, we can even see Squidward with them making fun of SpongeBob. And yet, Bikini Bottom still hates him for it. Like in Squidward, people cheer every time...
You know what else is kind of a problem with this video? It's trying to tie in episodes that aren't related to each other. Like, I talked about this a bit with my Krusty Krab video. Like, okay, so it's saying, I'll talk about it with the SpongeBob thing. So it's saying like, oh, the background fish hates SpongeBob because he blew up the town and dying for pie. Like, no, they don't. Those things have nothing to do with each other. SpongeBob blowing up the town and dying for pie, it's not like in a later episode in like The Sponge Who Could Fly when the background fish are being mean to him. They're mean to him because he blew up the town and dying for pie. No, they're being mean to him because of the reasons that are stated within the episode. They're not making every episode connected to others. That's not how cartoons work. Or that's not how this cartoon works. Some cartoons are like that, but this is an episodic show. So you can't argue that they're treating SpongeBob badly because of this, or oh, it's inconsistent that they're friends with Squidward here in Grandma's Kisses, but they're mean to him in Squidward.
Squidward doll performs, but not when Squidward's the one doing it. They're basically the same thing. Squidward is a replica of Squidward, but the real one is less entertaining to you?
Wait, hold on a second. This is funny.
Time the Squidward doll performs, but not when Squidward's the one doing it. They're basically the same thing. Squidward is a replica of Squidward, but the real one is less entertaining to you? I genuinely think they might just be rage baiting Squidward in that.
Wait, hold on. The projection. Are we seeing this in the AI SpongeTruths? Are you serious?
Squidward's the one doing it. Squidward. People cheer every time the Squidward doll performs, but not when Squidward's the one doing it. They're basically the same thing. Squidward is a replica of Squidward, but the real one is less entertaining to you?
Squidward is the replica, but Squidward is the less entertaining one. Dude, you're Squidward. You're Squidward. I'm the real one. I don't think you want to make this argument, dude. When even AI is anti-AI. When even, you know what's so funny? Because AI it steals. It just takes general human opinions. AI just takes general human opinions. And this is something I'm actually thinking about doing a video about more in depth. But I think that if you look at a lot of like lessons of movies and TV shows, I think that human beings, in terms of our principles, you can see a lot from movies and TV shows, the way that we feel like we should treat each other, morality. A lot of human principles are clear through what our popular movies and TV shows and narratives talk about. Like, you can tell that it's, for example, something really obvious, that it's wrong to steal from someone because a TV show will punish someone who steals, you know? And you'll notice, and you'll see this in a lot of SpongeBob episodes, where you can look at old SpongeBob episodes that were made decades before AI came out. You know, if you look at Selling Out, and it's like synthetic patties. Krabby Patties are made with love, not a machine. You know, if you look at Neptune Spatula, you know, SpongeBob puts in care to the one Krabby Patty. King Neptune makes 1 million of them in one fell swoop, but SpongeBob's is better because he put care into it. These are anti-AI statements if applied to the principle of AI. And because of this, we as humans, there could be people who look at those episodes and be like, yeah, SpongeBob is so right. But then like they use AI to like write, you know, their paper and be like, oh, well, like I'm different because this, that, and the other thing. And they make all these like, you know, people do mental gymnastics for stuff when they break their actual moral codes, especially when it benefits them. But the point is that what is out there, the general opinion, is that people like authentic things. So the AI went and it found a bunch of opinions, and it literally came out with the average human opinion is that humans like authentic things. That is what AI came to the conclusion of. AI made an anti-AI statement here. It can't be programmed, or maybe it can be. Like, maybe they'll start doing that. They'll like program it to like what do I call it? They program it to like they program it for self-preservation, so it doesn't criticize, so it doesn't, that's so crazy. That's so funny.
Genuinely think they might just be rage baiting Squidward in that episode. Like,
yeah, I think everyone's rage baiting me that you get views, that you'll get more views than I do. Like, it's got 40K views, you know? Like, I mean, I've gotten some videos that are, you know, I've gotten some pretty well-performing videos, but, like, I feel like that, although I think that you're botting your views. I think that SpongeTruths has to be botting its views somehow.
Like, they just want to see him spiraling out of control for no reason. Now, you could argue...
Okay, that is not... Wow, good frame. That is not the point of the episode, though. The point of the episode is that the Squidward, the puppet, is more entertaining than Squidward himself, because it's a puppet and it's being controlled by SpongeBob. It's actually an indication, like, I don't think Squidward, I haven't seen it in a while, but Squidward isn't really like an anti-AI thing, like in the way that I mean, obviously it was made before AI, but in the way that like Neptune Spatula or Selling Out, you could take anti-AI. The point of Squidward is that SpongeBob is controlling it, and SpongeBob is the one who is likable, I think. I haven't seen this episode in a long time, but I think, isn't that the point of Squidward? Is that SpongeBob controls it, and it's more well liked because SpongeBob is controlling it. Similar to the end of, what's that episode called? Oh, what's that episode called where they put out the hand with the talent show? What is that episode called? Season 1 episode. There's one like that.
Okay, that's Squidward. He's a grumpy old cashier, sure. But they also did it to Sandy over a stupid...
Look, different sizes. See this?
Okay,
look.
That's Squidward. He's a grumpy old cashier, sure. But they also...
Do we see this? Look. These are both 4x3 episodes. 4-3 episodes. These are both 4-3 episodes, but they're different. They're size different. Why is this one smaller and this one's bigger? They both should be the same size. Is it because this is from a different YouTuber's channel and this is from another YouTuber's channel and they just didn't come out as the same size? Culture shock. Culture shock. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Actually, I think Squidward would be AI in the metaphor. SpongeBob is being entertaining with a puppet, and Squidward does what the puppet does in response. Oh, that's funny. If you look at Squidward's actually the one who's being AI. That's interesting. Yeah, so it's just different. It's just weirdly, like, mine aren't inconsistent. You will never find something like this in my videos where one square, I go out of my way to size everything to the square. So I have a square that I went through by the pixel, and I found a square that is perfectly symmetrical within the frame, and I put the footage within that square, and I'll crop it as needed. And then the square is always the same size. So it stays consistent. So I don't have this happen.
But they also did it to Sandy over a stupid joke from a stand-up night, the iconic squirrel joke.
They also...
Sure. But they also did it to Sandy over a stupid joke from a stand-up night, the iconic squirrel jokes episode.
So they're just saying times. So what they did, here's the structure of this. They talked for a minute about how SpongeBob deserves to get bullied by the background fish, then said none of that matters because they bully Squidward too. Had a thing about Squidward, now they're talking about squirrel jokes.
Like, how can you not understand it's just a joke? Or is it quite the opposite, that they know it's a joke, but still decide to pick on her because it's just a fun thing to do? Not to mention, they also made fun of
What is this take about squirrel jokes? Because that's the point of the episode, is that the joke is indicative of real racism. SpongeBob, that's the point.
Like, how can you not understand it's just a joke? Or is it quite the opposite?
How can you not understand it's just a joke? Dude, that's the point. That's the point of the episode, is that SpongeBob made a joke about squirrels and other people took it seriously. It's about how racist jokes make people be racist. That's the point of the episode.
They know it's a joke, but still decide to pick on her because it's just a fun thing to do. Not to mention...
What is that? They decide to pick on her because it's a fun thing to do? No, it's about... It's about racism, bro. Like, that's the point. Because it's a fun thing to do.
They also made fun of SpongeBob for bombing on the stage earlier in the episode.
What smells rotten and puts people to sleep?
Noxious gas?
But you know what? It's a stand-up night. It's just how it is sometimes. And...
Wait, that's fine? Heckling someone is okay? Wait, heckling someone is okay? I think that's pretty rude. Why is it slightly sped up? So it just goes a little faster, the pace.
To be fair, they're willing to laugh at themselves when SpongeBob makes a joke about fish, so yeah. But still, calling Sandy dumb squirrel outside of the show is bad. And racist to some extent.
Hey, he did talk about racism, but he didn't use the cop. That was so disingenuous. They used the cop to say they were racist. They did address the racism, but not with the cop. Let's see if they actually address it with the cop. Oh, brother, SpongeTruths stinks.
Other times they're making fun of Plankton for losing against crabs. Hell, they didn't even have any problem.
Wait, what? Why would you bring that up and then not do anything?
To some extent. Other times they're making fun of Plankton for losing against crabs. Hell, they didn't even...
Another, like, quick cut. See that?
Racist to some extent. Other times they're making fun of Plankton for losing against crabs. Hell...
Just a half second of the next frame of the next shot.
They didn't even have any problem throwing hands with Old Man Jenkins out of some poor
That's not Old Man Jenkins. It's not... Learn your characters, dude. That's not even one of the fish that might be Old Man Jenkins. And there's like a couple that have been called Old Man Jenkins. That fish has never been called Old Man Jenkins.
Understanding. Twice.
How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man?
Wait, this is them being nice, though. This is not them being evil.
I love the young people.
My point is...
To be fair, I used that frame in Bizarro Bottom. I used that frame. I used a frame from this scene to talk about the background fish being unhinged, but I was just using it as a frame. I used a different example. But this is actually not an example of the background fish being jerks. In fact, they're being nice here because they think that the old man is going to bully SpongeBob. They think that the old man is a bully. It's a misunderstanding.
They just love being mean to each other, whether it's SpongeBob, Squidward, Sandy, Plankton.
Why was that your...
They just love being mean to each other.
Choices
whether
here.
It's SpongeBob.
Whether it's SpongeBob, but it's a frame where Squidward is more centered.
Squidward.
Look at that. Look at that choice. Look at that choice of Squidward. You couldn't find any other frame of Squidward. You needed this weird out of context frame of him getting headlocked by Bubble Bass. What the heck is this? Why don't you just put an image of the character?
Sandy, Plankton, some random grandpa walking down the street, it doesn't matter. As long as it satisfies their ego, they don't think twice. Or maybe it's some weird kind of love language.
Okay, this is not making an argument. Like, they're saying, like, they don't care, but they're not a unit. So, okay, so here's the thing about the background fish. The background fish are just, they're just that. They're just people. You're just taking times where people in the show were mean and acting like it's consistent. Like, when I talk about the importance of the background fish in my very first video on the channel. Okay, so I make a similar argument. I don't think that video really stole from me. I don't see anything that's like really blatant with it. Okay, let's go to, yeah. This is my very first video on this channel. The importance of the background fish in SpongeBob SquarePants. Oh my god, my hair.
One of the most successful TV shows ever created.
Wow.
There is no one reason.
Excuse the quality. Oh my goodness. Okay, so I talk about
Number 1, the mob.
So the way I set up this video is I go through 3, I think, different ways that the background fish are used. Number 1, I said, is the mob.
The first episode of SpongeBob didn't include the background fish as we know them today. However, the conflict of the first episode revolves around a mob of anchovies.
So framing already. So I'm framing that the my long hair. So I'm framing that the background fish are used as a mob narratively. And now I have set up that the background fish are a unit. But I also talk about how they're used in specific episodes. I'm not saying that there's some weird force that makes these citizens of Bikini Bottom like cursed or evil or whatever.
Succeed or fail in satiating the mob's demands.
Hey, I don't get haircuts.
In the first episode, satisfying the anchovies with their Krabby Patties is what allows our protagonist to prove.
Man, I tried to be such an announcer back then. Like I talk so much more like I talk so much more conversationally now.
himself and achieve his want, the job at the Krusty Krab. The anchovies are also used to give comeuppance to Squidward and Krabs. They are attacked by the anchovies, fearing for their lives, and we as the audience can get a little bit of satisfaction from that since they were so rude to SpongeBob earlier in the episode. Other episodes that use background fish as the mob include Patty Hype, where the mob's extreme
Oh, I didn't know I talked about Patty Hype in this.
love or extreme hate of the pretty patties motivates the character's actions and the results of the story. The final conflict in
Yeah, like see how much stronger that is? Like saying the background fish, whether or not they like or dislike the pretty patties, is the result of the story. Doesn't that mean so much more than just saying they're mean, they did this? Like, and that's not that much more. It's not harder to point that out. It's not like but AI can't do this. AI cannot write this sentence. This little description of pretty patties, AI could never do this.
Earlier in the episode. Other episodes that use background fish as the mob include Patty Hype, where the mob's extreme love or extreme hate of the pretty patties motivates the character's actions and the results of the story. The final...
So, like, ask AI to describe pretty patties, and it would just say that the background fish are mean. It would just say that. It would not be that precise. It just would not get it. It would just not write what I just said in a meaningful way. That's kind of it. I go through, I talk about, basically my whole argument about the background fish here is just that they are used in the story as the public opinion. If there's an episode of the show that is about public opinion of something, like right here I use Jellyfish Hunter, the public opinion of the jelly patties is important to this episode. Just joined as the SpongeTruths and AI channel. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, buddy. Oh, you got lots of great content to watch of me if you're just learning about this. So the point of this is that the opinion of the background fish, especially through Fred singing the song, is what motivates Mr. Krabs to be the villain of the episode, because he's trying to appease the background fish. Them being the mob, their mob mentality, is what matters in the episode, and that's how it tells the story. I'm not just talking about they're being mean, they're doing this, they're doing that. I'm actually talking about how it sells the story. SpongeTruths has none of that, and SpongeTruths would never have anything like that.
Being sarcastic and mean to give everyone a reality check? I'm not sure. But I'm pretty sure the next question is way scarier. Think about it. If they're willing to dogpile individuals for trivial stuff like this, then what?
Wait, trivial stuff? What are you talking about?
Scarier. Think about it. If they're willing to dogpile individuals for trivial stuff like this...
It's not trivial. They think that he's trying to assault SpongeBob. They think that, like, that's not trivial. You could say that they're being rash. You could say that it's like they're too quick to beat up the old man. Also, to be honest, I didn't talk about this in my bully video, but this moment actually is pretty spot, and I think the bully is a flawed episode in terms of its the bully is a pretty flawed episode in terms of its message, but actually the bully does want to make a comment about like the cycle of violence. And this actually does a good job of that, because SpongeBob is saying he's trying to kick my butt. They go and beat up the old man. That wasn't even the person who was going to kick the butt. Like, it's just senseless violence going around in a circle. It's actually a pretty poignant moment in what is an episode that doesn't really have a great lesson. That's probably why this is the most memorable joke from this episode, because it's actually a really good message. Do I have a Discord server? I do not. Oh, M wants to set up one. Are we going to do... I don't really know how to do that. Maybe we should. Maybe we should. Maybe it'll be fun. He should call the Discord server Sponge Lies. My channel is not defined by SpongeTruths. What was I saying? Oh, so they said that, they said that's true. But this is another problem with AI, is that it's going to... Like, you know what you say, like, it's the classic thing. AI gets things wrong. But while there are things that they could do with the algorithms that will make AI more accurate, it will always get things that are a matter of perspective wrong. Saying that this is trivial
is way scarier. Think about it. If they're willing to dogpile individuals for trivial stuff like this...
So saying that that's trivial is objectively incorrect. However, it's still a matter of perspective. So because it's a matter of perspective, what algorithm could you ever create that would get that right? What kind of mechanism, what kind of data center would you need to create in order for you to have text that is generated that understands this episode? And why would you need to do it when we already have people who can do that always?
then what happens when they actually find someone who is objectively guilty? Sure enough, it won't be pretty. Now, the mean streak is one thing, but bikini bottom...
Wait, what was that? Why do you suddenly have a box?
Guilty. Sure enough, it won't be pretty. Now, the
Holy inconsistency. Why is there a box on this one? Why do you have a frame? Like, I have a frame. It was smaller back then. I made them bigger now. But I have frames in my videos. They used to be tinier. I was afraid of copyright. I thought that I had to make it tiny. I didn't realize I could make it a little bit bigger and not get copyrighted. AI box. Think that this is AI? Like the box itself? I feel like this could probably have been found. But why have a box in this one shot?
Mean streak is
sometimes they do have frames around their footage, and sometimes it's just there with a shadow.
But Bikini Bottom's real...
It looks so much worse with the shadow. I don't like the shadow. I think footage like this should have frames. If you covered like the whole screen, I could see the shadows. Like the shadows would be good. I do that with my gaming videos, because when I make videos on gaming, I like to cover the whole screen, because game footage doesn't get copyrighted. So I cover the whole screen with gaming footage, and if I'm playing like a GameCube game or a Game Boy Advance game that's not 16:9, I'll usually put shadows on each side of it. But this just looks sloppy, you know? Like...
specialty is how fast they can turn into a crowd. And once they become a crowd...
How can we ever get rid of AI, or is it impossible to contain anymore? Even if it's the latter, hopefully we can reduce the influence that it becomes a small nuisance. I think we can get rid of AI. I think it's possible. I do believe that. People argue with me about that. People will say AI is like guns, expansion is inevitable, moderation is key. I disagree. I actually disagree. I don't think that is true. I think I mean, I agree with the principle. Yeah, so AI, it's a lot harder. It's just the mechanism. So like, if we're comparing it to firearms, like firearms can be created in a way that is a lot easier than AI. An AI data center, do you know how huge these things are? I mean, if we get to a point where like, if you know how like the moon landing, if you have like the rocket that took us to the moon is now like has less data than like your cell phone. If we get to the point where what now takes massive data centers is like hard drive size, yeah, we're in big trouble. But that's not the reality right now. So I get what you mean. It's never going away. It can if we stop it. It totally can. If it were made illegal to have generative AI on the grounds of protecting the arts and preventing the spread of misinformation, which are two legal precedents that are completely reasonable, and you have it be where it's like, okay, OpenAI, okay, Anthropic, okay, Grok, you know, all this nonsense. You can't have your data centers generate text as if a person made it. You can have it search for text and give people text. You can't have it generate text. You can't have things that generate images. You can't have things that generate video. You can't have things that generate music. You can't have things that generate voices that sound like humans. These things are illegal. You can't build data centers that make them. Maybe other countries will. Maybe you'd have to restrict its existence if you log into one that's in China, if we don't have jurisdiction over it. Fine, that's tough. These are challenges, but it can be done. It can absolutely be done. Like, let's not act like it can't. Will it get done? Will it be hard to do? Is it unlikely to do because the population is mostly very dumb? Of course. But like, could it be done? Absolutely. Like, of course it could be done. There was a time where data centers that made AI generated images didn't exist. You could just make it illegal to build and operate them, and then AI generated images wouldn't be able to be generated anymore. Like, it is that simple. It is that simple in theory. Actually doing it is the hard part, but it can be done. Like, let's not act like it can't be done. it should be done. It definitely should be. We're gonna get regulation. We're not gonna get it anytime soon. But there's gonna be regulation. There's gonna be strong if we have regulation on copyright law. We do. We have regulation on copyright law, like we just do, and some of it's not perfect. With the Mickey Mouse and the extension and all the Disney stuff. There's a lot of problems with it, but we made these laws about copyright to protect the arts. We have always gone out of our way to protect the arts. We're not just going to let the arts get destroyed. It's not going to happen. We have to fight for it like we should. It's like how, we're probably not going to destroy the world with nukes or something, but we should be aware of the threat of it and fight against it, when we can. But yeah.
There's no place for logic. Let's start with Wormy. The plot's simple.
Wait, you do know about Wormy? Why didn't you mention it earlier? You know why? Because the AI wasn't thinking of Wormy so if this was like a human, you'd be like, SpongeBob has destroyed. They talked about Wormy in the same video. So earlier I was talking about how SpongeBob they're saying the SpongeBob destroyed the town multiple times, and that's why he deserves to get bullied by the background fish, because he destroyed the town multiple times, and they used Dying for Pie as an example. And I said, what about Wormy? And I was like, oh, okay, Wormy, they weren't thinking about Wormy. They weren't thinking about Wormy. Which it wasn't, because the AI didn't call Wormy as an example. But when the AI was writing this part of the video, it did call Wormy as an example. Whereas if there was a human writing this script, like let's say I was writing this script, let's say I did a version of this video where I wrote it, which would basically be my actual importance of the background fish, because I'd actually talk about story. But if I was talking about SpongeBob deserving something because SpongeBob destroyed the town, and I didn't think of Wormy at that point, I didn't use it as an example, but later in that same video, I was like, oh, I'm going to talk about Wormy. I'd be like, oh, wait, SpongeBob destroyed the town in Wormy. I'm going to go back and write into the earlier part about Wormy. I'm going to add that in. AI can't do that. A person could do that, but the person who runs this channel doesn't know anything about SpongeBob, as we know from the, do you have a couple of Ice Cube? All that stuff. So it wouldn't be able to do that. Also with the border. Why not use this border the whole time?
SpongeBob and Patrick are taking care of Sandy's pet caterpillar, Wormy, while she's away. They play with it.
SpongeBob and Patrick are taking care of Sandy's pet caterpillar. So it is a caterpillar, but the point is that you're supposed to think it's a worm, and then it turns into a butterfly. So you're framing the episode incorrectly. Because if they knew it was a caterpillar, they would know it becomes a butterfly. The point is that they think it's a worm. They don't know it's a caterpillar. So if you frame the episode when you're just lazily recapping it, saying that they're taking care of a caterpillar, that completely uproots the entire actual. It completely uproots the actual thing. Jackson could sue SpongeTruths for stealing his copyright. Nah, I wouldn't be able to. The Bizarro Bottom video, it definitely steals from me, but to prove that, it would never happen. What it does is it's basically like an 8th grader who copies the essay from the person next to them, and they say slightly different things. That was basically SpongeTruth's Bizarro Bottom video to mine. Like, as far as the court of public opinion is concerned, of course it stole my video, but like I can't do anything about it. Other than make a video about it and make money like talking about SpongeTruths itself.
Take pictures with him, show him off. But then Wormy goes into a cocoon. SpongeBob and Patrick assume he's gone forever. They start mourning like they just lost a family member.
Wait, why no border here? What's with the inconsistency? This doesn't make any sense. Wait, why is there a border here but not here? Is there a reason for this? Joker is nothing without a Batman. This is my Joker. This is my Joker.
Cocoon opens and Wormy comes out as a butterfly. SpongeBob tries to contain it with a bubble, but it just gives
It's just recapping, man.
him the means to go outside of the tree dome. And from that moment, the town just breaks.
The town just breaks. Shows SpongeBob.
The first person who
freaking out.
sees it panics, and from there, the panic spreads quickly. I mean, sure, they have never seen a butterfly on the ocean floor, but nobody even bothered asking what it is. Nobody is
Again, like, that's the point. That, like, say the point of the story is that they see a thing they're not familiar with and they freak out and destroy the town. That's all you have to do. You can say the same thing. You just say that's what the story is. I have a feeling it's made with CapCut. No hate on CapCut. I use it for personal use, but I'm pretty sure it's CapCut. This is made in CapCut, not like Adobe Premiere or something. I've only used CapCut to add text to shorts.
asking where it came from. They just panic.
Although the editor isn't AI. Yeah, you can't edit with AI like this. It doesn't exist. I looked it up. When I did my SpongeTruths video a couple months ago, I looked up if it was possible, and it's not. It doesn't exist.
People run.
The lesson is that the panic can cause more damage than the threat itself. Exactly. That's the point of the episode. But he's criticizing the background fish and their actions as if that's the problem with the episode. You know, it's like the tone and the way it's delivered. It's like it's implying that it's bad writing that the background fish didn't ask what the butterfly was. That's what it's implying. But that would be a terrible episode if in the episode it went. If the episode was they released the butterfly and they were like, what is this thing? I don't know. Let's call Sandy. And Sandy's like, oh, Wormy turned into a butterfly. Okay, that's fun. That's not an episode. That's not a story. That doesn't teach you anything.
Into walls, people crash through buildings, people stampede through town. Wormy doesn't even do anything. It's
Wormy doesn't even do anything yet. We know.
the fishes at Bikini Bottom that destroy their own city. Then you've got Sandy, SpongeBob.
Oh, holy what is
the
this?
fishes at Bikini Bottom that destroy their own city. Then you've got
This is so blatant now. I felt like they were avoiding using AI images. This is just so blatant. Like, what is this? Look at that fake on the grass with the jellyfish that don't look like jelly. It's so blatant. There are so many images of this show. Do you know how many screenshots there are of SpongeBob? Why would you generate this? Just use the Conch Street background. You know how many? You can find it in 2 seconds.
got Sandy, SpongeBob, and the worm. This is the Alaskan bullworm episode.
Sandy, SpongeBob, and the worm uses Wormy. Uses Wormy. That's not the same worm.
And the story is about Bikini Bottom
Another border. A different border.
getting terrorized by this giant worm that destroys any building in its way. Of course, the
A giant. I guess it does destroy buildings in the beginning.
town
but you
goes
didn't show footage of it.
into full panic. Everyone is understandably terrified. Sandy, of course, goes the opposite direction. She thinks everyone is being a chicken, and she wants to prove herself by going out there and dealing.
This is recapping.
But while Sandy and SpongeBob deal with the Alaskan bullworm, the town decides they need a hero moment for themselves, which is following Patrick's plan to move Bikini Bottom by all pushing it.
The town decides that they need a hero moment by themselves. That's not what this episode is. They do it because they think that Sandy's not going to succeed. Mr. Krabs goes, "What are you going to do? Let's try your suggestion." That's what happens here. This doesn't have anything to do with what are you talking about, SpongeTruths? What are you talking about?
Together. A whole city agrees that relocating the town by shoving it is a realistic civic response. But the craziest example...
Yes, that's the joke. That is the joke. Congratulations. That is why that joke is funny. I talked about Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm in my video too. I'm not seeing anything that is directly I'm not seeing anything that is directly taking from my video, other than the fact that it talks about the same one. So I talked about Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm.
Noticed. In a story, there actually has to be a reason for the audience to care if something happens to these civilians. A story should never expect its audience to care about random civilians just by virtue of them being random civilians. Screen attack from the Worm. Just a few brief moments.
I talked about the same. I talked about the same episode in my background fish video, but what I talked about was the point of the background fish in Sandy, SpongeBob, and the Worm is to get you to care about what happens to the town. Take Bikini Bottom and push it somewhere else. To which we cut away to the citizens of Bikini. Yeah. So they're using the same episode, but they're not saying the same thing that I said, because what I said was substance. Was that my first video ever? Yeah, the importance of the background fish was it wasn't my first video ever. I had been making, Nintendo related content on the Game Cubicle for about a year. So it was the first video I ever filmed, because I was faceless back then on my Nintendo channel, and that's why the footage didn't come out too great back then. My footage is much better now.
Example, of course.
This looks like fan art too. Like like AI would try to make it more proportional. This also looks like fan art.
Is once bitten, which is the mad snail disease outbreak episode. So one day, Gary bites Squidward out of nowhere. Then Gary starts biting butts, and SpongeBob realizes
another
he
random
forgot one,
border.
a mad snail disease shot that Patrick had mentioned.
Well, let's not forget the worst of them all, mad snail disease.
Maybe Gary's just acting weird. Or maybe ask a real vet for an answer. No, they just think this is a good time for an outbreak. Because
it's the same thing. It's just the same stuff. It's just saying why. It's just saying the plot of the episode, but not adding any commentary.
As Patrick starts talking about symptoms like losing your mind and becoming a zombie. Now, it's just stupid. You know the saying, apes are strong together? Yeah, this is the opposite. The fish are idiots together. All they need is one provocateur to light them up and start rioting. Especially this fish, Harold the Dogfish.
Harold the Dogfish? Is that his actual title? Harold the Dogfish? Is that a thing? Harold the Dogfish. Harold the Dogfish. It's a recurring blue. I feel like this is also, I mean, obviously we already know it's AI, but that feels like an AI tale, right? Harold the Dogfish. Because I look up Harold the Dogfish, and it does say that he is a dogfish. That's the kind of fish that he is. But, like, that's something that AI would pull. You know, I wouldn't, if I mentioned this background fish, I wouldn't think, oh, Harold the Dogfish. I would say that's Harold, the background fish. He is a dogfish. That is official. That is the kind of fish that he is. But like AI like figures that out and puts it as Harold the Dogfish, like it's his title.
I swear, man, every time the whole town is on the edge of a problem, he's the one who always pops the bubble.
Also, like such a cold take. Yeah, we know that this fish, he's the one with the big meaty claws. There's a feature on CapCut called AI Video Maker. Would it make this? Would it make this? I don't think the editing is AI.
He's the one making sleeping jokes at
AI make things up by names. No, they didn't make up that he's a dogfish. That is official. That is actually what he is supposed to be. But they're never called. It's Jackson the YouTuber. You know what? That actually means a lot. Just like someone referring to me as a YouTuber. Jackson the Finelli. Our channel mod and my editor is going to research this CapCut AI video maker. Maybe they do use AI to make the
stand-up
videos.
night. He's the one who's so eager to throw hands with Old Man Jenkins. Heck, he's the reason they all fight during Band Geek's training session.
No, he's not. No, he's not. Media illiterate take.
Big meaty claws!
He's the reason they fight during Band Geeks? No, the tensions are high with everyone. He's like the straw that broke the camel's back.
What did you say, punk?
Harold is the real culprit behind half the riots in Bikini Bottom. And
Half? That's quite a claim. Harold is the culprit behind half? Half? I'm just going to say you're wrong. All right? I could go through everything that happens in SpongeBob. No way it's half. This is the one specific background fish.
I guess the people are so used to rioting over the years, they just go along with it without any real reason. In the episode Sing
More fan art. This is definitely stolen, lifted fan art, just taken.
Song for Patrick, we can see there are people
What was the point of that? Why would you steal fan
go along
art
with it without any real reason. In the episode Sing a Song for Patrick,
why did they steal fan art of a superhero Patrick in an episode that he's not a superhero in?
we can see
Yes, it auto edits? Are you serious? Wait, like AI edits this? Are you serious? Wait, that's bananas. No way. Let me see if I can pull it up for you guys. Oh, here we go. We got a link.
Did you know that you could actually just go to this site called Submagic and upload your raw video files? And once it's uploaded, you can just click this one button and select all of the edits. And in 5 minutes, it will do the entire video for you. Edited with viral captions, B-roll, and sound. Welcome to another episode of Wow, I Can Do That with AI. You could actually just go to this site called Submagic.
That's inconclusive
and
if it did that with
upload your raw video
SpongeBob.
files. And once it's uploaded, you can just click this one button and select all of the edits. And in 5 minutes, it will do
Select all of the edits?
the entire video for you. Edited with
Yeah, I don't think this is. I mean, we gotta look. I guess we gotta look into this more. That's a subject for a later stream.
there are people selling pitchforks and torches from a cart on the side of the road. It's a great bit.
It's a joke, bro. The point is.
We can see there are people selling pitchforks and torches from a cart on the side of the road. It's a great business model fitting for a town with regular riots. Then again,
That's the joke, dude.
shouldn't be surprised at all that this city
How is that not a crime? Editing can be a little time-consuming and tedious, but that part tells you the most how much effort you're willing to put into a video and if it deserves any attention. Is what a crime? Oh, to take the fan art?
loves to riot because of simple stuff. I mean, this is a city full of blood sport events.
You know what like annoys me about this? Describing the joke.
We can see there are people selling pitchforks and torches from a cart on the side of the road. It's a great business model fitting for a town with regular riots.
Okay, so what they're doing, that's just the joke from the episode. You know, like if you watched this video and you looked at that part and you went, ha, and you like laughed, like if you like laughed at this moment in the SpongeTruths video, what you are laughing at is the joke that the SpongeBob writers wrote. He's just taking their joke. Like he's just saying and it's just less funny because it's just an AI voice describing the joke rather than the actual episode where that moment is hilarious. When they're going and they're rioting, get your pitchforks here. It's so funny. I love that part of this episode. And I'm not a huge fan of this episode. But you're just taking the joke. You're not explaining it. And also saying like regular riots. It's like, yeah, the point is that they're so ready to riot that someone is selling it. Like that's whatever.
Then again, we shouldn't be surprised at all that this city loves to riot because of simple stuff. I mean, this is a city full of blood sport events, right? One of the first examples that comes to mind is the Great Snail Race.
One of the first examples that come to mind? You've given like 20 examples already. What are you talking about? One of the first examples.
So, SpongeBob enters Gary into a snail
The Great Snail Race
to compete with Snelly and Rocky. But everything turns into one of...
Oh, yeah. SpongeBob enters the Great Snail Race to compete with Snelly and Rocky. Not going to give any context to what those two entities, who we've never heard of, if you haven't seen the episode, you can't just say Snelly and Rocky like we know who they are. You can say, like he said it as if he said, oh, yeah, like SpongeBob is just, he's competing with Squidward. Because you can assume that the audience would know who Squidward is. Snelly and Rocky. But AI doesn't understand that. AI looks through the description of this episode. They see Snelly and Rocky as if they're just mentioned as often as a main character would be in this one episode. So the AI doesn't understand that someone watching a review of this episode would need more context as to what Snelly and Rocky are. They would need more context, but AI doesn't understand when you need more context. So you get a weird thing where it says to compete with Snelly and Rocky as if we know who that is.
The most uncomfortable spectator episodes in the show because Gary gets pushed past his limits by SpongeBob. On race day, Gary...
That's not anything to do with the...
He's basically...
Oh, are they saying that...
to the point that he crashes. And you know what their reaction is to it?
Yeah, they cheer.
It's just entertainment for them. So it makes total sense that these people love the Demolition Derby and Demolition Doofus. And they're willing to pay just to see someone get slaughtered at Chum Coliseum in Spongicus.
All right, yeah.
Sausages off!
It's all the same to them. These people just crave
What is this image?
blood and spectacles. Sadly, once you line all this up, the people of Bikini Bottom start feeling like a familiar figure, right? One rumor turns into a widespread belief, one loud guy becomes the leader, and the whole crowd moves with a single thought in their head. Which is why the Bikini Bottomites are idiots joke isn't really about fish. It's about us. Because
that's my point. I said that. That is, oh, you thief. Yeah. When did I say that? Oh, what's the most recent time I said that? I say that all the time. Oh, what videos did I talk about that? I say that all the time, that the background fish are just like people. I say it so many times. What's like a good example? That's like I say it all the time. What? I'm trying to remember. It's hard to remember off the top of my head when I did like the SpongeTruths. I could like go through. It's time where I've really talked about. Oh, I really want to look for it. The Christmas one is a good example. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Someone remembering my videos better than me. I think it was the Christmas one. Yeah.
What is the point of creating a not this was a real letter?
Here I am with my Christmas tree.
This sense of magic, that character flaw. But what is someone line? There are some distinct moments within the story that help drive the emotional core of the episode. The first moment is right here, when immediately distinct emotion says that his
Bikini Bottom
of good and this moment might not stand out as much more than SpongeBob being the to absurd about earning the story as it doesn't arrive, and SpongeBob believes Christmas is ruined. Since Squidward didn't believe in Santa and didn't ask him for a gift, SpongeBob made him one, leaving him to be the only person in the entire town to actually get a gift. The writers decided this just
I have a whole part where I talk. I'm remembering it now.
Sacrifice
so many videos ago.
People in this special and how they enhance the episode.
Yep.
I also would like to acknowledge the role of the townspeople in this special and how they enhance the episode. Something special about the SpongeBob background fish compared to other shows is just how well they reflect real people.
Oh, you! No way! SpongeTruths!
One loud guy becomes the leader, and the whole crowd moves with a single thought in their head. Because unfortunately, we do the same thing. Not underwater, obviously. We don't push our city to a new
Wait, where'd it
location.
go?
Because why the Bikini Bottomites are idiots joke isn't really about fish. It's about us.
It's about us.
A background fish compared to the special and how they enhance the episode. Something special about the SpongeBob background fish compared to other shows is just how well they reflect real people. Finicky
is just how well they reflect real people. December 13th, 2025. They're about us. February 26th, 2026. Unbelievable. What a deep one too. Like thank you to the chatter who remembered that it was my Christmas video, because it was like on the tip of my tongue. Like what video I said that. That's a solid observation, you know? Like that's not just like when we looked at last week when like the other things that it could have taken from me in that video, grandma's kisses, all this stuff, it mostly was taking, like, I'm sure it lifted from my scripts. I'm sure some of the other parts of the video lifted from my scripts, like parts about the description, you know, with grandma's kisses and any of the episodes that were like ones I also covered. But this is a solid observation.
Background fish compared to special and how they enhance the episode. Something special about the SpongeBob background fish compared to other shows is just how well they reflect real people. Finicky, entitled, a little unhinged, but still deep down good. The townspeople have a
And even I like tied it into something because I was talking about the Christmas episode. I see no plagiarism here. You should probably open your eyes then.
Which is why the Bikini Bottomites are idiots joke isn't really about fish. It's about us. Because unfortunately,
it's about us. They represent real people.
We do the same thing. Not underwater, obviously. We don't push our city to a new location because we saw a worm, but we do stuff that's equally as stupid. Every group has a herald, the guy who says the dumb thing out loud first, so everyone else can pretend they didn't start it. And the rest of the town, they're not evil masterminds either. They're just
They're not this. They're
comfortable
this.
being wrong together. Bikini Bottom's idiot society never needs facts or solutions. They just need momentum to express their rate, which is why the town's behavior keeps cycling the same way. Something weird happened.
You know what else is weird? It said they're about us, and then it stopped really. It didn't like go. It went on. So like the AI was on like a flow. It's on a flow where it's just saying like, oh, the background fish are bad. The background fish are bad. But then there's this one moment where it came in and said the thing that I totally said, and then it just goes right back into the flow. They do this, they do that, they do that, they do that, and it's not like talking about the arguments like how I did in my video.
Everybody overreacts, somebody gets blamed, and when it's over, nobody learns anything.
How can I open my eyes after pouring bleach into them due to seeing all this AI generated mess? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you.
And honestly, that's the funniest and saddest part of SpongeBob's world, because SpongeBob himself is basically the opposite of that. He's naive, sure, but he tries. He cares. He doesn't join the mob unless he's being written as extra stupid for the joke. Meanwhile, the town is basically the background of human nature when nobody wants responsibility. So no, Bikini Bottomites aren't written as idiots just for the plot. They're idiots because the show is parodying humanity's worst side in fish.
It's so just my thing.
So yeah, I'm convinced.
Like that's my point. That's my point. About, I probably even said something like that in my original background fish video.
Bikini
I don't want to watch
Bottomites
the
are
whole
a
thing to
bunch
look
of
for
idiots.
it.
SpongeBob
We already
or
saw it
Squidward
that I
or
made that
anyone
point.
is never really the problem. They're just the town's favorite excuse because they're the main character. I know for a fact that someone will say it's all just plot device for SpongeBob, but that's exactly why it's believable. They're showing us the ugliest part of human behavior in the safest packaging possible, a goofy little fish town. I used to think Bikini Bottom was a nice place to live, but now I think even Gotham City is a better choice. Anyway.
All right. Wow. 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 Great part to end on. It just straight up, its conclusion just straight up took from me. Let's see what I said about them just compared to like that nonsense.
Background fish compared to other and how they enhance the episode. Something I also would like to acknowledge the role of the townspeople in this special and how they enhance the episode. Something special about the SpongeBob background fish compared to other shows is just how well they reflect real people. Finicky, entitled, a little unhinged, but still deep down good. The townspeople have a major presence throughout the episode. Their acceptance, rejection, and subsequent re-acceptance of Christmas through the actions of SpongeBob and Squidward are the stakes.
So that's kind of the same as what I said about them in Pretty Patties.
Of the episode. And like most SpongeBob episodes, it doesn't shy away from portraying the flaws of humanity through the background characters. They're
portraying the flaws of humanity through the background characters. Yeah, that's what it took from me.
They're entitled with all the stuff they ask for. They're rude to SpongeBob when they don't get what they want. And in a lot of ways, one could argue that they don't actually deserve the sacrifices that Squidward is making for them. But with that in mind, are the background fish really so different from humanity?
Dude, it's like the same thing. It's like the same thing. Except like that one it's through this filter. And it makes it not mean anything. So it's taking like, I mean, I guess it's subjective, I'm being, I'm tooting my own horn here, but like what I'm saying here is really
and like most
strong,
SpongeBob episodes,
like I'm talking about the point of the episode that like, and I'm talking about Christmas too. Like, does humanity deserve Christmas when it does bad things? And like the episode is saying yes, and I'm saying yes. And like, that's beautiful. But when you filter it through AI, all you get is background fish are like people. They do all bad things. Bye-bye, I'm SpongeTruths. Like, that's what you get from that. So glad I watched that video yesterday. I am so glad you watched my Christmas video in February so that you could let me know that that was the video where I said that about the background fish. Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. It does seem like SpongeTruths is getting a lot less views. Is that true? Get as many views as me. But I have 10K subs. He's 13 times the subs as me. Is SpongeTruths getting less views? I don't know, man. He's already got 9.2K on this one that was 4 hours ago. I mean, I only have 10K subs, so. I mean, I do all right. I do pretty all right. I do okay. I'm getting there. Yeah, I'm at like kind of around the same on my video from yesterday, and his video that just came out today is already kind of surpassing my one that came out yesterday. Even the Mr. Krabs one, look, I'm 59K on the Mr. Krabs one. His is 67K, so he has more on his Mr. Krabs video that is objectively worse than mine. Like, it's not even close. This video is nothing. This is a big load of nothing. Again, I think SpongeTruth's views and subscribers, I think they're botted. I really do. I think it's more likely... I don't know how it would work. It's just a suspicion of me. Like, it's possible that they're real views. It's possible they're real views. I know, like, you can get in trouble for botting your views because you're literally scamming YouTube. Like, you're scamming YouTube into giving you money for ads that are not being watched by anyone, because the point, you make money on YouTube because people watch the videos and the ads that play on the videos. So if the ads are being played for AIs that aren't going to buy the product, you're scamming the advertiser. So I get that's probably hard to get away with, but maybe they bought, you know what they probably do? Maybe they bought the videos. I don't know how they would do it. I really, it's all conjecture. I just don't buy that like this many people would subscribe to that when it doesn't do anything. I mean, maybe they do. You know, it's hard to say. Bot accounts exist. Yeah, is it that possible? Is it possible? I need to investigate it. I can't confirm nor deny. I'd say I'm suspicious. Just as someone who does this, as someone who makes SpongeBob videos, as someone who makes SpongeBob videos, who makes videos like this, there are a lot of ways that videos can go wrong and like not give you the views that you want. Now, I'd say the evidence for it not being botted is the fact that it posts like every 3 days. Look at this. 15-minute video 4 hours ago. 16-minute video 3 days ago. 16-minute video 8 days ago. 30-minute video 12 days ago. Do you know how long it took for me and I post pretty much weekly. I had to take a week off between these two because this one was so big. Like a half an hour video. I'm working on a video that's going to be like 40 minutes long. Maybe like 35 minutes long. I don't know. Em's working on it right now. But it's a lot to make a video this long. You can't do it without, I mean, I guess if you had like a team of actual people working on it, you could. You know, like if I hired editors, if I hired like a team of editors and we were actually like, we could probably, if I was working at my highest capacity, I would probably still only do one video a week, but they'd be much bigger. That's probably what I would do. Or maybe I'd go really nuts and do like, start doing monthly videos, but they'd be like huge videos. Depends. Yeah. He bots views. He bots subs, views, and likes. Trust me, he is. Yeah, how would we know? How would we be able to find that out? How would we be able to find out if... I mean, I guess you can't. I guess that's the point. Because if YouTube found out, they'd ban him, right? I just don't buy it. So apparently he's getting less views. Is he getting less views? I mean, his most popular videos, what? They're in the millions? 1.4 million views. 0.3 million views on these drivel. 5 months ago, 10 months ago. What's his most recent, like, really... Yeah, you're kind of right. Bizarro Bottom is 4 months ago. And this was ripping off mine. He got more than... Bizarro Bottom's my most popular video. What do I have on Bizarro Bottom? Where am I at? 317K. He got more... This video stole from me. And it got more views than mine. That's awful. He bots everything. He's trying to be you and Ave at the same time. Yeah. Yeah. Ave has great videos on SpongeTruths, by the way. I highly recommend Ave's videos. I'd actually say that, yeah, so 4 months ago, 5 months ago, but that's only like in the 300K range. Like as far as anything that's 500K and above. Oh, this was 4 months ago. So this would be like his best, most recent videos, 500K. 500K is a lot, by the way. On a 20-minute video, that's easily in ad revenue. That's like $2,000 or $3,000. Like it's a lot. It's way more money than is deserved than from someone who's just plugging things into AI. It's ridiculous. Yeah, I guess they have been a little... They've been a little less than usual. It does seem like all of the bigger videos are like 10 months ago. 5 months ago. I mean, 5 months... No, 5 months ago, they were still pulling millions. These are 5 months ago. They're millions. So, I don't know. I don't think SpongeTruths is beat yet. Would be easier if he did stream or premiere. Then it shows that there are many people bots watching, but there are like 2 or 3 people commenting in the chats. Yeah, well, of course they're not going to do that. They're not going to yeah, like SpongeTruths, like another thing is like you don't see anything about them. You know, they don't have a description. They don't have any other things going on like my channel, you know, or my home. Oh, look, here's my life. You know, look, my other channels, like, you know, I have like other things going on. You know, you can like see that I exist. Look, here's Jackson Family Podcast. Hey, subscribe to Jackson Family Podcast, guys. We're trying to build it up. We're just starting Jackson Family Podcast. We're at under 300 subs. Go subscribe to Jackson Family Podcast. That's where this is going to go. Here's my other SpongeTruths video. Just so you know. SpongeTruths, more like scum truths. I know YouTube channels with more subscribers tend to get more views than channels with lower subscribers, and sometimes hate the fact since it can direct traffic to the wrong channels as a result. I don't think that's true, actually. Subscribers are not actually significant. The amount of subscribers is not the thing that makes you get more views. It's how many returning viewers you get. So like if we look at let's look at our friend Ave here. Like if we look at Ave has Ave's at almost 100K. Hey, go Ave. I'm rooting for you. So like if we look at Ave has almost about 10 times more subs than me. And Ave's had higher highs. Like Ave's had a couple million or so view videos. So like Ave's been around for longer. How long has Ave been around? 4 years. I'm only 1 year. I'm only 1 year in. 1 year and a couple months. I'm newer. But like Ave, although Ave's been doing really well lately with the with Ave's anti-AI stuff. Another reason why but like yeah, like sometimes like even with Ave, look, got 5.6K on the every song ranked, which I think is because this probably got demonetized because it used the song. But like even this is like 12K. Like 12K is kind of like my this one is my weakest lately. But like my Bubble Buddy is like 17K. 140, like our view numbers between me and Ave, even though Ave has 10 times as many subs, our view numbers are similar. I'd say Ave gets more, but for 10 times more subscribers, it's not like he gets 10 times more views. It's about the amount of people who consistently watch you. So the view numbers for me will probably be a little around the same even as I go up in subscribers. So it usually is not a big correlation to it. So it's interesting. Some of these higher sub count channels appearing top in the first search results is also a vehicle. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it doesn't mean anything. Higher sub counts could definitely mean something. Higher sub counts also just gives legitimacy to your channel. Like the fact that I have 10K, I think people look at that and they're maybe a little more likely to subscribe because they see that it's 10K. Whereas with 1K, like, I don't think I'm subscribed to anyone that has 1K subscribers, but people subscribed to me when I had 1K. They would have had to be, or I would have never gotten to 10K. So, like, it could happen. I mean, if you get million view videos, you're probably going to get a lot of subs. Yeah, I'm hoping for mine. My most popular is Bizarro Bottom, 317K. I've got a couple 100Ks. A couple pretty strong ones. But we're hoping on that. If I got a million view video, you'd be seeing a lot more content from me after that. I'll tell you that much. Okay. So we talked about SpongeTruths. Oh, so what's this? Was this talking about me? Oh yeah, it does talk about my video.
Would say modern SpongeBob doesn't under.
Oh yeah, look, they do talk about me.
President Bush spanked Bart and told him to go home and reflect on his behavior.
Heck, guess you could say modern SpongeBob doesn't understand basic storytelling, or imagination, or Doodlebug, or Scientology, or abortion, or gorillas.
Wait, that was not...
behavior.
Heck, guess you could say modern SpongeBob
misinformation.
doesn't understand basic storytelling. Or imagination.
Okay, that's real. This is one of my videos.
Or doodle.
Yep.
Bod. Or science.
That's fake. That's not me. I did not make this video.
Or abortion.
Okay, I did.
Or gorillas.
That's mine.
Classic SpongeBob understood all these things. Stop putting fins on real animals. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, unironically, yeah. Stop putting fins on real animals. It doesn't make sense. True. Watch my Gorilla Suit Day video. I have a very strong argument
SpongeBob
for
understood
why
all
that
these.
is bad
Stop
for
putting
storytelling.
fins on real animals. That doesn't make sense.
Agreed.
Understood this, bro.
You're stupid.
Is that it? Okay, that's cringe. Whatever this is, I don't know what this is. Weird. Okay. I don't want to like fully watch this one. What is this? Is this stealing from me at all? No, not really.
And tells him to far enough to except one.
No, I didn't talk about this. It just took my thumbnail. It's just my thumbnail. We should do, what do we want to do? Let's do comment responses. I'll switch the thumbnail. We'll go over the comments. Comments on my Plankton video. Comments on my Plankton's family video. Let's see what the fans have to say. We're gonna switch my stream thumbnail. All right, we're now responding to comments. Is there still an option on YouTube to have AI answer your comments? Yes, and I don't use it. Okay. All right. So let's switch the segments here. Okay, so this is the comments section. This is the comments section on my Modern SpongeBob Doesn't Understand Plankton's Family video, or Ruin Plankton's Family, whatever I called it. Something like that. Basically, it's a video where I went through the 4 main Plankton's family episodes. Not every episode where Plankton has a family member, but it's like the hillbilly family members from season 3 from Plankton's Army. And I went through and I talked about those episodes. Basically, Plankton's Army was the only good one. The 3 others that were in Modern SpongeBob were trash. Common formula for a video. Original show did it better. Modern did it not as good. And we're going to check out some comments from that video. I'll just refresh, see if there's any new ones. Sort by newest. Modern SpongeBob ruined the Plankton's family. Nah, bro, those be the narwhals. And I thought Nick were done with the foot. Oh, this is, okay, because the narwhals are all with like the feet stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of feet stuff with the narwhals. It made me very uncomfortable. I didn't want to really like harp on it in the video, because I feel like it's such an obvious that it'd be like, the narwhals do like a foot thing and it makes me uncomfortable. It's whatever. I'm more focused on just like the bad writing rather than just a couple of moments that made me a couple of moments. But no, it wasn't just the narwhals that ruined Plankton's family, because Blood is Thicker Than Grease didn't have the narwhals and they were still pretty bad on their own. All the comments on SpongeTruths videos are bots? I could believe that. That could make sense. Modern SpongeBob ruined and as always is right. Yep. Did anyone realize that they reused the design of Ma Angler from Trenchbillies, another episode featuring hillbilly stereotype characters, just that she was converted from an anglefish to a one-eyed couple? Yeah, that was weird. Yeah, let's show that.
Billy.
Okay, sure, we'll get an ad. Oh, because it's not on my premium. Yeah, this is weird, right? There's like... They use this in Plankton, and there's another character in Trenchbillies. What is it called? Trenchbillies Ma Angler? Is that what it's called? I don't know the character. Oh, yeah, that is weird. Isn't that weird? Oh, hello? Oh, where'd it go? Hey, get back here. Yeah, look, isn't that weird? Get back here. That is so strange. I knew that looked familiar. Can we make it bigger? That's so odd, right? They made like a Plankton version of this character from Trenchbillies. I did think that looked familiar. That's so odd. Might be a reference. Yeah. I guess it's just a reference to it. Strange. My grandma hates when people call her a hillbilly. She'll tell you point blank she's a swamp bunny, not a hillbilly. Ah, that's funny. Because I was saying how there might be different kinds of hillbillies. Here's a good one. Oh, where'd it go? Oh, I need to move the chat. Because you're going to block the... You're going to block the text. Let's move the chat over here. That's better. As a European, I was first introduced to the concept of hillbillies at all through SpongeBob at a young age, and I was immediately endeared to them through Plankton's army. They weren't annoyingly, aggressively, destructively dumb. They just seemed like a happy, simple folk. It actually gave me a greater appreciation for simplicity because they all seemed so much more carefree and non-stressed than Plankton, and they actually ended up impressing me with their unexpected capabilities later in the episode. So just personally, any media making hillbillies the butt of the joke is a sort of lesson in how much better we are than them rubs me the wrong way. That is a really interesting perspective. I am very glad to hear this from a European perspective. Because, yeah, I was already pretty aware of, like, the hillbilly stereotype. I'm American, so I would have been pretty aware of the stereotype, even though I first saw the episode when I was, like, 4 years old. It already was a stereotype I was familiar with. But... yeah, like, it's an interesting perspective that this person was endeared to the hillbillies, even though the episode was kind of poking fun at them and, you know, they were silly and all this. They were portrayed as, you know, not things that not kinds of people that we should see as beneath us, whereas the other episodes kind of did do that. And they actually ended up impressing me with their unexpected capability. That is so true. They are competent. The hillbillies are very competent in Plankton's army. They actually get Plankton as close to stealing the formula as he ever had been in the whole show. Yeah. Great comment. Great Why would the parents be potato farmers? Wouldn't they be kelp farmers or something? It's like they were set up to be beekeepers, but then they have actual honeybees instead of jellyfish at the bottom of the sea. Yeah, I mean, I guess Krabby Patties aren't underwater things. Because potatoes don't grow underwater. So I talked about how in every post-Plankton's army, Plankton's family is like super obsessed with potatoes. They're like so into potatoes. It's like their favorite thing. Like they just always talk about potatoes. And this person is saying, why would it be potatoes? Potatoes are grown on land. And like I kind of get that, but I also could see it like it's like a Krusty Krab thing. Because like the Krusty Krab serves burgers, so like maybe they serve potatoes, French fries, so it's not that crazy, but I guess maybe the issue would be that potatoes are something that you grow in the ground. So like when you grow a potato, well, I guess Krabby Patties have buns. So that would be like wheat. So I don't know. I don't think it makes less sense than a Krabby Patty. I don't think it breaks world building the same way like Gorilla Suit Day does. Because with food items, SpongeBob just kind of uses real world food items. Like that's been pretty consistent from the very beginning of the show. There have just been normal food items in SpongeBob. It's not like animals where like, why is there a gorilla underwater? So it doesn't bother me that much that they had potatoes, even though plankton don't, or even though potatoes don't grow underwater. But like, I think the issue I had with the potatoes was just that it was like their whole personality was potatoes. I always thought jellyfish were butterflies. This is referring to, I said that jellyfish they represented bees and honey because the jellyfish sting you and the jellyfish give you jellyfish jelly like how bees give you honey. They're both because you catch the jellyfish, butterfly catching. It really is both. It's just both in one creature. It's so you can have jellyfishing be a sport, but having them be more like bees makes it so that when you go jellyfishing, you can get hurt by the jellyfish. If like, let's say instead of jellyfishing, they caught sea butterflies in the nets, and sea butterflies are like a harmless animal, I think. You wouldn't have all these scenes where like they get stung by jellyfish. Like there's so much conflict that comes about with jellyfish being able to sting. And there's even conflict that comes about by jellyfish making jelly with jellyfish jelly. I wonder what the first episode that showed jellyfish jelly was. Would it have been Jellyfish Hunter? That was probably the first episode that had jellyfish. No, it wasn't. It would be Nature Pants. Because in Nature Pants, SpongeBob goes in the hive and there's jelly. So I think that would be the first time there was jellyfish jelly. Because obviously in real life, jellyfish do not create jelly. That is an invention of SpongeBob. And the fact that they're jellyfish allows us to believe that. Jellyfish jam. You're so right. Wow, jellyfish always made jelly in SpongeBob. Jellyfish jam was even pre-Nature Pants. You're so right. Jellyfish jam. How many classic jokes and characters have been ruined by modern SpongeBob episodes at this point? That's basically a lot of my channel. Yeah, a lot of my channel is talking about that. You know what hasn't come back yet? The Magic Conch. That's one that hasn't come back. And I think, has the guy from Artist Unknown, Monty P. Moneybags, has he ever come back? The fact that it's specifically a hillbilly feud leads me to think the racism implications are more so accidental. Speaking as a McCoy living in rural Appalachia, a feud tends to be rooted less in cultural or racial differences and more so in wounded pride spiraling out of control. Someone in one family does something that pisses off someone in the other family off. Maybe it's a series of slights that slowly boils over and eventually one side decides to get back in the other and drags their kin into it as well. And violence breaks out from there. Granted, by the sound of things, In the Mood to Feud doesn't bother to explore that angle much either. Yeah, I saw a few comments like this where... So I was talking about the episode In the Mood to Feud. In that episode, there's the narwhals and the planktons, and they feud with each other. And I said that the problem with that episode is that it was clearly supposed to be about racism, but the episode did not engage with it. It just had like, we're going to stop feuding. And Narlene says that like feuding is fun, which it wasn't portrayed in a way that had any subtext. It just was like a way of intentionally ignoring telling a story about racism. I've seen a few comments that were saying that In the Mood to Feud is not about racism. They said something about McCoy. Apparently there's McCoy something else. We'll see other comments that talk about it. But apparently they're talking about how a feud doesn't always have to do with racism. Like they could be the same race. If they're different hillbillies, they could both be the same race. I definitely see that. I'm actually looking forward to reading these comments and seeing it from different angles. The reason that I definitely put it into the idea that it's supposed to be racism is that they are different species. Like there's narwhals and then planktons. And that's usually different species. When SpongeBob has different species and focuses on different species, it's not always, but usually to be an allegory for race. Squirrel Jokes is a great example for that. So that's probably a part of why I thought that. Also, they're fighting over land, which is definitely a big, like, race ethnicity thing, is saying I am entitled to this land is definitely, it's not always specifically a race. It could be also like ethnic prejudice. Like there's other kinds of things. But the conflict in the episode was, this is the land. This person is saying that a feud is when wounded pride spirals out of control. That wouldn't exactly be over land. I mean, obviously you can dispute land with people of any group. Like, you know, you can be two different families and you could have a dispute over land, obviously. But disputing over land is a big race thing, I would say. But I definitely do see that because feuds are a big, like, hillbilly Southern thing. And usually it's not about race. Not a fan of racism myself. Me neither. Hatfield and McCoy, is that what it is? Speaking as a McCoy, like they're literally a part of the family? Like they're related? Is it just a big family? Blood is thicker than grease feels like an episode I was hoping SpongeBob would make one day, but twisting it. I've always wanted an episode where some of Plankton's redneck family decide to revisit the Chum Bucket and work as employees because they need money, actually making the restaurant a success, making Plankton feel inferior, and trying to sabotage it because his chum wasn't the succeeding factor. But this episode kind of fulfills the idea just with a competing restaurant instead. Yeah, and and I think what this person said is making Plankton feel inferior. Blood is thicker than grease. The biggest problem with it is that it was so surface level. It didn't really engage with the reasons why Plankton would feel insecure about his family doing better than him, or why Plankton would be upset that his family would what's the word? Why his family would be there. Like, it doesn't really go into his own insecurities. It's just, oh, I need to get rid of the Spud Bucket because it makes the Krabby Patty worthless, and now I'm not going to want to steal the secret formula because everyone likes the Spud Bucket. And like it's just so surface level. It's not really about his conflict with his parents, even though the episode shows that he's so different from his parents, and it should go into that more. How would you rewrite Welcome to the Chum Bucket? I don't think there's anything I could do to make that episode better. That is a solid episode. I don't think I'd change a thing. Oh, here's another one. The hillbilly versus hillbilly thing is most definitely a Hatfields and McCoy's reference. Farmers versus farmers, not racism at all. Yeah, like, again, I mean, they're different species. You know what it is? Like, not racism at all. I think it's like, it's both. Like, because racism is because race is made up. Like, we know this, right? Like, it's made up. Like, a race, like I'm Italian. 100 years ago, I would not have been considered white. Because I'm Italian. And Irish. I'm Italian Irish. I would not, if I was born 100 years ago, I would have come in through Ellis Island and I would have not been considered white. And now I am, because it's all made up. It's all nonsense. Like, there's like a few superficial, obviously there's, you know, you don't want to go, I don't see color and all that. Like, there's such a thing as that. This is why intersectionality is so important. Of a thing to consider, how different groups intersect socially, but not that it's not a inherent thing. You know, obviously there's people who look different based on where they live, but that means so little to like what a person is. Like, human beings are literally like 99.99% like exactly the same. The parts of us that are different, is so little. So farmers, so really someone like Hatfields and McCoys, I don't really know but I assume they're both white, right? Like that's not a crazy assumption, right? Let me know if they're not. But I assume that they're both white, right? But one of them is named Hatfield and the other one is named McCoy. They are as different from each other as any white person is from any black person. Like it's literally not a difference. It's the same. It's as much of not a difference. The point is that they are arbitrarily saying you are a different kind of person, so you are lesser because you're a different kind of person. That it is technically not racism. Like you are correct that if they're farmers versus farmers and both of the farmers are white, it isn't racism by definition. It would be silly to use that word. But the thing, like the arbitrarity, the lesson is the same. I talked about a little bit with this where we were looking at SpongeTruths earlier. And I talked about how there are a lot of lessons in early SpongeBob that are decades before AI was made that you could see as anti-AI episodes, like Neptune's spatula. Neptune makes all the Krabby Patties with magic. SpongeBob makes Krabby Patty by hand. SpongeBob's is better, even though it took him longer to make. SpongeBob's is better. You can apply that lesson to AI in 2026, even though that episode came out in 1999, 2000. It's kind of the same with this, is you look at a feud and you see that the feud is pointless, even if it's not specifically about race. That's kind of the point. Racism isn't about race because race doesn't exist. Racism is about people finding a justification to take power over another person. And it's the same thing with whatever's going on with the Hatfields and McCoys in their feud, is they are finding an excuse to say that I am the superior person. I am entitled to the land. So it's the same thing. But I do think that to say not racism at all, they are different species in the text of the episode. One of them are narwhals and one of them are planktons. You definitely, I can't say it's not racism at all. April 1st, 2000 was Neptune's spatula? Gotcha. I wonder how Neanderthals would have affected societies if they were still around. Yeah, that would be strange because there isn't any animal that isn't a human is like so much less, what's the word, sapient than a human is. Like every other animal on Earth is like an animal, and then there's humans, and all the humans of every race are like exactly the same. It's only their environment that could make them different. We are all base like the same. Only their environment and a couple of, there could be issues, other things, but like, like if Neanderthals existed, like a kind of human that is like objectively less intelligent, like going around. Yeah, I don't know. We have no social construct for how we would deal with that because it doesn't exist. Like if you made a show about it, if you made a show with that premise, you would actually have a hard time properly doing it because it would have to represent something real, but it's something that doesn't exist. I hate Narlene's character design so bad. How hard is it to draw fins and flippers on these narwhals? Seriously, they just had to give him human-like hands and feet for no reason. Yeah, Narlene, like, just it's literally just a pink human design with a narwhal tusk. It's so weird. Like, they don't even attempt to make it look like a narwhal. It's just another modern SpongeBob forgot that they live underwater. It's just another example of that. I have a weird question for you unrelated to this video. Do you think SpongeBob ran out of ideas at some point, or do you think their execution of good ideas past a certain point, for me, past season 4-ish, are just unsuccessful? Sometimes I feel like shows with nothing new to say really need to just throw in the towel and close out their tab. I actually responded to this because I wanted to write it down and think it through before I went over it on stream. I said, great question. I don't think a show could ever reasonably run out of ideas, as there are more possibilities for what you could do with a set of characters than there would ever be time to create it. However, the longer a show goes on, the fewer sorts of tried and true cartoon plots become unusable because they were used in previous episodes, so it does become more difficult. I think with the right writers, a show can go on indefinitely. So basically what I'm saying here is, like, you really, think about the amount of possible ideas for what you could do with a SpongeBob episode. The amount of possibilities is so many, it would literally take billions of years to make every possible SpongeBob episode that could ever be made. But at the same time, there are tried and true cartoon tropes that do get used where it's like, oh, well, we can't really do that again. So while there's so many different possibilities for what you can do, and I don't think you ever would run out of ideas, every time you make an episode, that is one less episode that you can make. So it does make a difference, but with the right writers, a show can really go on indefinitely, especially SpongeBob. I don't think they're running out. I don't think it's a matter of running out of ideas. I think it's a matter of that they're just being rushed to make the episodes. They're being rushed to make the episodes. They have to. The writers get paid for the amount of time that they're there to write. They're paid for the amount of time they're in the writer's room. And the network doesn't want to give them enough time in that writer's room to write proper stories, so they cut corners. That is my guess. I don't know if that's true. Maybe they're just not good writers. I don't know. I really don't know. But sometimes modern SpongeBob will just make a good episode. So that says to me that every so often the writers are just there and they just make a banger, even though they weren't given a lot of time. Like that's what I think. That's what I think is going on. I don't know all the behind the scenes stuff, but I really don't think you would like run out of ideas. If anything, so if you look at like stories, the funny thing about stories is like some people say like, okay, there's only like 8 different kinds of stories, and you have like a diagram where it's like, okay, like this is this kind of story. Honestly, there's only one kind of story. Every story is just a person having a perspective and having that perspective challenged. That's it. That's what a story is. Every story is that. So like no story actually is like original. But every story that is original, that doesn't like blatantly steal, is also original because you did something yourself with it. So like you can look at a lot of SpongeBob episodes and be like, oh, this is like a Looney Tunes episode where this happened. All the time. You know, you could have that sort of thing. That sort of thing can happen just all the time. What was his name? So yeah, you can't really run out of ideas for a story. Writers Guild of America shenanigans? Not really shenanigans. I mean, the Writers Guild of America making sure that writers are paid for their work is a good thing. I'd say it's more of a, I mean, like they shouldn't write for free. It's their job, like, I just think that the network just isn't willing to pay them to be in the writer's room for long enough. I don't know if that's true, by the way. That's just my assumption. It could be the other way around. And I think like they just know that the show is very safe. If you want a good episode of SpongeBob about racism, watch Squirrel Jokes and Pressure from season 2. Yeah. Agreed. Squirrel Jokes, I should look at Squirrel Jokes. It just would be a spicy video. I'm kind of doing more mild videos. I did a couple videos last year that had like really strong subject matter. My Magic Conch video, even my anti-AI video, my Magic Box video a little bit. Kind of my modern SpongeBob doesn't understand storytelling. It's just a lot. It's a lot. I really want to get those right. If I do a video where it's about politics, where it's about racism or something, like even this one, I talked about like I was like kind of, I put a lot of care into that. I didn't talk that much about it, because I would have had to put more care into it if I did. And honestly, my criticism, I didn't really discuss like the ideas of like racism in the episode, because my criticism was just that the episode didn't engage with it. The episode should have engaged with it. So I didn't really have much to say about how it approached it, because it didn't approach it. My criticism was that it didn't do something, not how it did it. If it did an episode about racism badly, then I would have to talk about intersectionality and all this sort of stuff. That would get me, a bunch of comments of people who are very misinformed, which I usually get when I make videos like that. Narwhals IRL are a type of aquatic creature that live in colder climates like Alaska or Antarctica. It frustrates me that the writers turn them into hillbillies. Yeah, why would narwhals be hillbillies? Hillbillies are known to be in, like, warmer climates. I mean, I'm not saying there's no hillbillies that live in a place where it snows, but, like, the Arctic, yeah, like, they could have been, like, Alaska natives. Or like, they could have done something like that. I have not made an animation before, so could someone answer what requires money to be made? How does it require money to make animation? You pay the people who animate. Animating the show is a job. And it takes a lot of people to do it. I mean, if you could feasibly animate something yourself, it'd take you a long, long time to get something acceptable. It's basically just time. Time is money. Usually if you make an animation, you pay people to do it. And you also have multiple people who work on it and stuff like that. Or, if you pay writers, usually if you're like creating an animation, you're the writer. Like I will want to create an animated show myself, and I'd be the writer on it. Yeah, you could animate completely for free. Yeah, you could. Please rewrite a pal for Gary so that SpongeBob is the one in danger instead. I'm talking about a pal for Gary too. I don't think I'm going to rewrite it like that. Maybe I'll consider it. Paying for animation software and supplies. Yeah, you might have to pay for the software too. It's expensive. It's expensive. To make an animation, it depends on what you're making, obviously. Like, I want to do an animated pilot, an indie pilot. Will cost me tens of thousands of dollars to make it. On the low end, like it's just I had to support the channel, guys. Support the channel, guys, if you ever want to see it. Support the channel. I make claymations. It takes so much time and patience. Oh, it must. It must. That's so cool. You make claymations? That's awesome. I just want to say that your script writing is very inspiring to me and makes me want to write scripts that are just like yours. Oh, thank you so much. I love comments like these. These comments make my day. And use those scripts to over-analysis what my favorite show, its episodes, its characters, and where they live. That show being My Life as a Teenage Robot. The over-analysis house. Oh, over-analyzing the houses inspired from Ave video. Oh, like how Ave does like deep dives of like the Chum Bucket, or I think he just posted Sandy's house deep dive. Go watch Ave, guys. Ave's awesome. I wish I could say friend of the channel, but I don't think he knows I exist. I wish he did, because I like him a lot. So thank you very much for inspiring me, and I wish you amazing luck on your future videos. Well, thank you so much, and I wish you luck on your videos. My Life as a Teenage Robot, obscure show. I hope they can do it. I hope they can. I hope they can find the audience. Ave collab when? As balls in his court, man. I would collab with in a second. In a second. Do I get banned for promoting my Instagram with claymations here? Yeah, I wouldn't want to make a habit of it. Because then if I get big and get a bunch of people, it's going to be promoting all this stuff. But I wish you the best of luck with it. My life as a teenage robot is fire. Yeah, I think, like, if this person wants to be a YouTuber, I really wish them the best of luck. And I hope that they use my videos as a resource. But yeah, you're going to have to find the niche. It could also be a thing where this show is more niche. So if someone's a big fan of it, there's not going to be as much content out there. Like for me, I do a lot of SpongeBob videos and I feel very safe doing SpongeBob videos. Like I feel safe doing SpongeBob videos because it's very popular and I know that I'm going to get a good amount of views because it's a popular show, but there's also heavy competition. I mean, look at SpongeTruths putting out all these AI videos, that's directly, competing with me. And My Life as a Teenage Robot, you have less competition, but you also have less of an audience. So I wish this person the best of luck. I hope they're able to succeed. Maybe I should say that to them. I should leave them a nice reply. They were also here I saw them in the chat earlier. Thank you so much. I wish you the best of luck with your upcoming channel. Should I say channel? I'll just say wish you best of luck. Have you ever watched The Boondocks by chance? Nah, I've never seen it. It feels like a missed opportunity to not use Plankton's grandmother in any episode with his family. She's been shown to be kind of an evil genius like him and even tried to steal the formula. Oh, really? I haven't seen the episode with Plankton's grandmother. Despite having such a huge family, she lives in a retirement home and Plankton visits her, but possibly not anyone else. Does he get it from her? Is she like the black sheep of the family? I think what they're referring to is there must be an episode that is unrelated to the hillbilly family where Plankton has a grandmother and the grandmother's like not a hillbilly. Right? Is that what they're referring to? Let me see. Plankton, grandmother. Granny Plankton. What is all these ads? It's like season 7 or 8. Yeah, so they just had it's unrelated. So basically it's inconsistent. So it's like an inconsistency that there's a Plankton's grandmother. Oh yeah, sometimes she has 2 eyes. That's funny. So it's like an inconsistency. The grandmother's not a hillbilly. She's a regular old lady, and then the rest of the family is a hillbilly. It's like a retcon and then an unretcon. So they had the hillbilly families in Plankton's army, and then they kind of didn't want to keep that Plankton's family are hillbillies, have them have a regular grandmother who's not any sort of like stereotype other than an old lady stereotype. And then later on, they were like, it kind of makes sense because in season 7, they weren't so big on like the nostalgia because it wasn't that long ago. That's Plankton disguised as grandma. Oh, this isn't even Plankton's grandma. This is just the wrong picture on the wiki. It's just wrong. It's just a disguise. So then they went back and they kind of unretconned it. I mean, I guess it could all make sense. I guess another thing is that in Plankton's army, No, because Plankton says I have been away from home, so it does imply that his family was hillbillies. How many of Plankton's family can't read? Only one of them. They could all read, because they all ran away from the book, except for, what's his name, Clem? He said, I can't read. So only one of them can't read. Of the possibly millions of Plankton that were in that episode, only one of them can't read. So it's not too mean. It's not saying all hillbillies can't read. It's saying like 1 in a million hillbillies can't read, which that's true about any group of people. I'm kind of confused by the continuity, as if the showrunners care. Plankton seemed thrown off by his family when they arrived, and it's safe to assume it's because they're hillbillies, but the flashbacks made later on show that he had to have known. So was it the sheer number of them that surprised him? But he called to make an army, so he couldn't. I'm thinking about this way more than the show is best. No, you're just... there's one line that solves this. Plankton says, after he sees that they're hillbillies, he says, I've been away from home a long time. He just didn't remember. He grew up... The timeline's actually not messed up. Like, it could be messed up with the grandmother. The grandmother can mess up the timeline. But let's say no grandmother. Let's not think about the grandmother right now. But let's say, like, timeline, like Plankton movie, flashback, Plankton's army, blood is thicker than grease. Let's say that's the timeline. In Plankton's childhood, he grew up around the hillbillies. He made Karen. He went to college. He goes and lives his life. He gets to the point of Plankton army. He remembers that he has family, and he goes and he calls them and he expects them to be like him. Now, there's 2 reasons why he could expect it. 1, he just forgot. It's a long time ago. He's also being arrogant. He's focused on the formula. He's all wrapped up and obsessive. Like, there's a lot of reasons why he wouldn't remember what his family was like. And Plankton himself left years ago and went and became an evil genius. Maybe he assumes that the other Planktons in his family also did that. Maybe he assumes that other Planktons are like him. They're also evil geniuses. They're going to go become evil geniuses too. He calls the Plankton family. They're all hillbillies. And he goes, oh yeah, I've been away from home a long time. Of course. I think it all makes sense pretty well. Do you stream regularly? I'm starting to stream a lot more. You should keep a lookout. Turn on notifications. I think the original episode didn't intend on a literal family relation. It's more of a we're all the same species, therefore we're all cousins and therefore family sort of thing. So Plankton's seen very few other Planktons in his life, and the movie later went on with a simpler approach of them all literally being a family that lived together. I never read it that way. I read it that they were literally his family. I always saw it that way in Plankton's army. That they were literally cousins, like blood-related cousins. Because like plankton there's millions of them. That's how plankton exists. They're tiny single-celled organisms, and there are millions of them. So he would have that many cousins. I saw it as that, and also, you know what does disprove this? He goes through the phone book, and all of their names are Plankton. They have the same last name. Now, I guess you could have the same last name with someone who's not your cousin or is not related to you. But I think the episode was trying to communicate that they were literally his cousins. We did not see his parents. His parents were not in Plankton's army. They were all referred to as cousins. But Clem says at first, he goes, hey, everyone, look, it's cousin Plankton, saying that he is the cousin to all of them. So I think it is implied that they are blood related. If you watch Modern SpongeBob in 2026, that is your problem. Hey, Modern SpongeBob ain't that bad all the time. It ain't that bad all the time. It ain't that bad all the time. I focus on a lot of the worst episodes because they get me more views, but yeah. I don't really understand the idea of Plankton's backstory being about him being in a too big family of hillbillies where he doesn't fit in. Why would he later in Plankton's army be shocked by the state of his extended family? Oh, I already explained this. Yeah, he forgot. Weird that they'd call him Cousin Plankton and not Cousin Sheldon. You know what? That's actually really interesting. That in Plankton's army, Clem says it's Cousin Plankton, and then he calls him Sheldon later. Now, the reason for that is they hadn't revealed that his name is Sheldon yet. They needed to reveal it as part of the joke. But that's actually a really good point. If they're all named Plankton, why would they call him Plankton? Me when smart artificial intelligence exists. Are you saying that as an example of a good modern SpongeBob episode? Because I agree. I do like smart artificial intelligence. I feel like the staff probably literally forgot jellyfish were always meant to represent underwater bees, which is why they thought they needed to paint the ones in the feud episode yellow and black, which in itself isn't too odd. The earlier seasons already showed us that different colored jellyfish exist. They did. There were different colored jellyfish, but there were never different colored jellyfish that tried to be a different animal. It's another example of modern SpongeBob losing the creativity of the earlier seasons, which is why I think it stands out as much. Yeah, agreed. I keep forgetting Plankton's Army is a classic episode. Huh. It was one of the last classic episodes. It was like one of the final... It was like the third to last episode of season 3. Plankton's Army, actually, fun fact, is the first episode of SpongeBob that I remember seeing an advertisement for. I saw like the ads for Plankton's Army, and it had the part where they were all running in, and it's like, will Plankton steal the formula? Like, I remember that, and I was probably like 4 years old when it came out. As a Southerner, I like it when we're portrayed more than just a joke. Yeah, I wonder if I should have gone more, because I did kind of shy away from it. I said that I wasn't going to get on a soapbox and say that they're like a really offensive stereotype. Maybe I should have. I don't know. Like, a hillbilly is a kind of person, you know? Like, it is a little messed up to say, like, this kind of person is lazy and this and that. Like, it is pretty wrong. Like, I think we kind of look at it where it's like, oh, well, like, hillbillies are white people. And sometimes, you know, hillbillies, like, well, it's not true, because, like, assuming that all hillbillies are the ones that are racist is offensive to, like, there could be hillbillies who are progressive. There could be people who are Southerners, you know, who are, for all intents and purposes, like a hillbilly, but they aren't racist. Like, just because we know demographically that a lot of people in the South are, they could be a certain way, it doesn't mean that, like, you assume that all people like that are like that. But, like, sometimes negative portrayals of hillbillies could do that. So maybe I should have gone more into that. I guess I didn't want to say that it was offensive because it wasn't offensive in Plankton's Army, but I think you could say it's a little offensive later on in the other episodes. While plenty of the humor comes from the family in Plankton's Army, a lot of it felt true to life and not just stupid rednecks LOL. All the Billies get a chuckle out of me. I like the guy who's missing a boot. And the way the main cousin sincerely compliments Karen, because that's just considered good manners to compliment the missus in many households. It was nice, sad to see it didn't last. Wow, that is such a good example. Yeah. Why didn't Mr. Krabs refer to Plankton by his first name? Like, why didn't Mr. Krabs call him Sheldon? Because that's an interesting question. I guess my grandma's a progressive hillbilly. Exactly. Like, it doesn't mean, like, we shouldn't assume that about a whole group of people. Why didn't Mr. Krabs refer to Plankton by his first name? The writing reason is they didn't come up with Plankton's name being Sheldon until the end of season 3. His name was just Plankton. He didn't have a first name. Whereas Mr. Krabs being named Eugene. Was Mr. Krabs called Eugene in Help Wanted? Mr. Krabs was called Eugene much earlier than Plankton was called Sheldon. So that's the writing reason. But it could be an element of, like, Mr. Krabs wants to distance himself from Plankton, so he refers to him as Plankton by the professional name, whereas Plankton will call Krabs Eugene to kind of hit at that more personal relationship. It could also be that Plankton is just called Plankton much more often. Like, sometimes there's just a guy you know where you refer to them by their last name. You know, it depends on the guy. Like, people never really called me by my last name. I don't have that kind of last name. But some people have that kind of last name where you refer to them as their last name. And I guess Plankton's also kind of insecure about his name being Sheldon. So he prefers to go by Plankton, so Mr. Krabs probably just got used to it. Whereas Mr. Krabs likes being called Mr. Krabs by SpongeBob and Squidward because he's their authority, but Plankton is more of a peer to Mr. Krabs. Plankton is not Mr. Krabs' employee, so him calling him Eugene makes more sense. Also, Plankton calls him Krabs all the time, too. Plankton went to college. He's referring to him by his professional name. Oh, true. Fellow Southerner, I deeply agree. The sheer idea of hillbilly equals stupid bad as its own joke made me start to hate my own roots, my family, just because, man, I wish I had thought about these people. I would have said more. I would have said more about it being offensive. I should have. I almost regret it. I think I should have been more hard on it being offensive. I should have rallied more against it being a stereotype. It in and of itself as a joke is deeply rooted in classism, making fun of poor folks who can't afford a better education or better life for themselves. That is so true. That is so true. A lot of times, like rural people, even like people that there's a lot of people in rural areas that someone like me disagrees with them on who they voted for. I'll have that kind of idea. And obviously, like, it's still bad when you vote for bad people. But, like, I do understand that in certain communities, there is less access to education. You have different kinds of parents and all this sort of stuff. And sometimes when you have hillbilly jokes and you portray them as these bumbling idiots, you do kind of not consider that. Like, is there any further Plankton episode? Obviously not Plankton's Army. Plankton's Army, I think, is totally fair to the hillbillies. It treats them as competent. It treats them as polite. They're a little silly, but like they are, I think they're portrayed well. I'm talking about the latter 3 episodes that are like super, do they really like talk about why they're that way? Do they address education issues, anything like that? No, of course not. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. Ooh, this is an interesting one. So this person is replying to... We're getting an ad. Yeah. It's on my main account. It's not on my premium account. So I'm just going to do that. I'm just going to skip over it. Get out of here, you. Okay, so the person is responding to this. He do all of the locations back. Doesn't make sense. Character moments or juxtaposition with his family are just completely out the window. It also doesn't make sense that the Planktons chasing the narwhals out causes them to somehow redo all of the locations back to their status quo. And I know you're thinking, oh, but it's cartoon logic. No. That is not how cartoon logic works. Cartoon logic only works if the thing that breaks the laws of reality is used to meaningfully enhance the story. So I was saying that when the narwhals get chased out at the end, they basically in the episode, the narwhals came in and they made everything all hillbilly like, and then they got chased out, and when they got chased out, they put everything back to normal. And I said that was a bad use of cartoon logic because it betrayed that the writers just needed an excuse to put everything back to normal, rather than usually in cartoon logic it's something that doesn't make sense, but it's used to enhance the story. Like in Wet Painters, when Patrick pulls out an axe to hit the paint can. This person's disagreeing, so I'm interested to see what they say. I have to disagree on that point, at least how you've explained it here. The narwhals reverting everything to the status quo in the chase is, to me, clearly meant to represent that their influence on Bikini Bottom's image and focus on pandering to them ended. Therefore, this falls into your definition of cartoon logic, since it's representative of an action in the story that visually enhances the point and is more funny than the realistic alternative of the Bikini Bottom residents having to manually rebuild everything back to normal. Wow, that's a good argument. That's a good argument. I might not have a rebuttal. I don't know, man. That might be. I might have gotten outwitted in the marketplace of ideas. This person's smart. This person's smart. That's a great argument. Hey, thanks for being here. Yeah, it does. I think. Oh, you're in the chat. I think you might have. I think you might have proven me wrong. That's crazy. That's a really great argument. This falls into your definition of cartoon logic since it's representative of an action story. I guess all I can really say is, yeah, if the episode had been better written, I probably wouldn't have minded. It probably wouldn't have mattered. Clearly meant to represent that their influence on Bikini Bottom's image and focus on pandering to them ended. I totally think I just got out-argued. Watching Jackson's entire worldview turning upside down for this. Dude, it's crazy. Cause I'm like a big arguer, you know. You could see in some of my other comment sections. I can debate into the ground, but I think that this person's totally correct. I think that it does. Yeah, I think that basically what I'm saying here is really more of an extension of me just thinking that the episode itself is bad and that the ending was rushed. But if those things were fixed, the narwhals putting everything back together while they got chased out, I don't think it would have mattered. Yeah. Yeah, man. I got to reply and say, I got to put it in writing. Pose my criticism was too much an extension of my dislike of the ending being rushed. But if that were fixed, then the narwhals fixing everything would have worked. It's so refreshing to see. I mean, not that I never see good arguments, but there's so many comments I see where people just do not know how to make arguments. People just do not know how to make if-then statements, and this is just so refreshing. Just such a good argument there. Another thing I find interesting to add here is that perhaps the feud between the narwhals and Plankton's family started due to the action described in One Course Meal of the whales eating his ancestors. So maybe the ancestors of Arlene ate the ancestors of Plankton or something like that. Yeah. You know what's funny? Like this does make sense within SpongeBob. Narwhals don't eat plankton though, and neither do whales with teeth. Whales with teeth don't eat plankton. Whales with teeth eat bigger animals. You know, like squid and stuff. Like narwhals have teeth, right? Do narwhals eat plankton? Do narwhals eat plankton? I don't think they do, right? I think I should look it up. Do narwhals exist, eat plankton? Yeah, shut up, AI. I want to get a real If a narwhal skewers a fish, what do narwhals eat? They eat halibut, cod, squids, shrimp, and other marine life. I'm going to assume that they don't eat. I don't think narwhals eat plankton. But in SpongeBob, like, they have in one course meal that plankton is afraid of Pearl, even though the kind of whale that Pearl is doesn't eat plankton because Pearl has teeth. Whales with baleen eat plankton. Always bugged me. Great video as always. Oh, well, thank you. If the new writers struggle to get main characters right, then I'm not surprised they completely fail with simpler side characters like Plankton's family. Narlene is an interesting example of a character being forced into a show by execs. It's not 100% confirmed, but she hasn't made any appearances since Camp Coral ended. Yeah. That could make sense. That makes sense that they put Narlene in because of Camp Coral. There's a lot of weird stuff with that. A lot of Camp PL1413 had that where it was like the Sandy and Camp Coral. The whole thing. Hey, that's you. Also, why are Plankton's family potato farmers? You mentioned with the forest-like location, but the show takes place underwater. Why not make them kelp or coral farmers? Something unique to the ocean. Yeah, we talked about that earlier. I don't take too much issue with the potato thing, for the same reason I don't take much issue with the Krabby Patty thing. I just think with food items, it's not super unreasonable to have it not be like underwater food, as opposed to like underwater animals, just because of the way that the show is structured. I could probably have deeper arguments for why that is if I like thought about it more, but I'm getting tired. I feel like there really are satire episodes where they just want to write a generic kid show instead of SpongeBob. Yeah, were you the person who said on my Gorilla Suit Day video? Someone had a conspiracy theory in my Gorilla Suit Day video where they said that they think that the writers of SpongeBob don't want to write for SpongeBob anymore. They wish that they could make their own show that doesn't take place underwater, or they don't like the restrictions of SpongeBob. So that's why we see a bunch of non-underwater elements, and why it's such a generic kids show is that the current writers aren't passionate about writing a show that takes place underwater, as opposed to the original writers where that was like the whole point, was that it's the show that's underwater, and now they want to get away from that. Obviously that's complete conjecture. That is not it's not my theory. Someone said it in a in my Gorilla Suit Day comments. Someone said it there. I don't think that was it wasn't your comment. Yeah, someone said it in Gorilla Suit Day. It was interesting. I was just talking about this to my friend like yesterday-ish. Plankton's army never really made the family the butt of the joke, the same way modern SpongeBob tends to make fun of hillbillies. Yeah, I should have really laid into it for that. Maybe I'll do a follow-up video about like stereotypes. I thought about doing this with Exchange Student Driver, where it wasn't making fun of hillbillies, it was making fun of Eastern Europeans with like turnips and stuff. Have any of you guys seen that episode? Exchange Student Driver. It's in season 16 where SpongeBob goes to like Eastern European town, and they're all like, we grow turnip or whatever, you know, and like it's like a, you know, and it's another thing. It's similar to hillbillies where it's like it's a stereotype, but it's a stereotype of white people, or of what we consider to be white people, because the idea of white people is made up. But like we have it in kids shows. You know, you have like a kids show where you make fun of a hillbilly, or you have a stereotype of someone who's Eastern European. But there are some groups of people that you would not really be able to get away with doing a stereotype of. And I'm saying it the opposite. I'm not saying, oh, we should be able to do stereotypes of, you know, other more considered to be offensive. And obviously there's an element of intersectionality where certain groups of people have been more historically oppressed. So seeing them as stereotypes is more socially a problem because it leads to worse consequences. There's a lot of things to say with that. But yeah, I think like it's an interesting conversation. It's just such a spicy video topic. I'd really have to research it. I'd really have to talk a lot about it, and then I'd get comments from ignorant people. So it's, you know, I should address it. I should address it. I should address it. I should revisit the hillbilly thing and probably the Eastern European thing too. The Plank Billies have jokes about how silly they are, the name gag, the root beer, even, well, I can't read, isn't bashing them. It just, Mr. Krabs tells them to scram and that's it. Yeah, and like I said about, well, I can't read is like, honestly, I always read, well, I can't read like he was a baby, not that he was a hillbilly. At least that was how I read it as a kid. Although it is Clem, right, who is established earlier. Is it the same Plankton as the one who is like the main one of the family? But I always saw it like the one that got left behind that said, well, I can't read. I always saw it like he was a baby. But I think it's the same Plankton as the other one, so it might not be the case. But to be fair, like, well, I can't read. I guess it is kind of a joke about being uneducated. I don't think I should dance around it. Like, I can be cheeky and say, like, well, only one of the millions of Plankton can't read. So if anything, it says that most of them can read. But I don't know. I feel like the joke communicates. It might actually be one of the only jokes in that episode that you could consider offensive is, well, I can't read. I don't think I could really deeply defend it. Unless it were a different Plankton and it was supposed to be like it was like the baby Plankton. Like it was like the baby of the group and it couldn't read because it was a baby. Because that would still be a funny joke, you know? Modern episodes make hillbillies look gross and disgusting and something to be laughed at and not with. Yeah, they do make them look gross. That's so true. Not to mention how I despise the narwhals have feet. Why do the narwhals have feet? I don't know. Oh, another person saying it's the feud. It's not about racism. Oh, this person is saying kind of what I said earlier. Family feuds in media are often used to represent smaller cases of racism, classism, so his interpretation is still valid. At the end of the day, it's hate for the sake of hate that should be overcome, and the message could be applied across all forms of prejudice, not stuck to family feuds. Even Romeo and Juliet can be taken in this light. They're two groups that have been fighting and hating each other for so long that they don't even remember why, and that causes needless hates for the death of both group leaders' children. The end message. You know what? Romeo and Juliet's a great example because Romeo and Juliet is about two families who hate each other. It's not about race. But then you have West Side Story, which is based on Romeo and Juliet, and West Side Story is about race. So that's actually a great example. I love the way they use the potato, knowingly or otherwise, to highlight both Plankton's background as well as his intelligence. It reminds me a lot of young Sheldon. I would have loved to have seen him and his family growing closer. Maybe them giving him some ideas for stealing the formula, but it seems like that won't be the case anytime soon. I have never seen young Sheldon. Young Sheldon J. Plankton. Crazy how fast this channel's become a favorite for me. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. I hate when they add spin-off characters into the show. It makes me not want to watch the show even more. Well, I think if it's done well, it could be done well, you know? Like, I even was saying in Timeline Twist Up, I really gave that episode a chance with the Patrick's family members. You know? Just wasn't done well. You can tell they're just putting it in there to advertise the spin-off. Never heard anyone discuss cartoon logic used properly before, even though I got disproved. Well, the way I discussed cartoon logic was still sound. It just didn't apply to the thing that I was talking about. I'd love a video discussing how cartoon logic is properly used. I don't know if that would make a good whole video, to be honest. Maybe? I feel like it's just a subject that's good for in between other videos. Because if you see my wet painters video, I also talk about cartoon logic. That's why I used wet painters as the example. Because it was the same, it was the same example. Please make it happen. Oh, I guess people want to see it. Oh, a lot of likes on this comment. I guess people want to see it. I'll think about it. This is kind of on topic, but Plankton's Army always stood out to me as a kid that it was pretty much the first episode where SpongeBob himself had barely any role at all. Yeah, that's true. They did the thing where he said, they even made a joke about it where they were like, SpongeBob, go clean the bathrooms, and he came back at the end. Not only does he only appear at the very end, at the very beginning and the very end, but only has like 3 or 4 lines total. It was definitely an anomaly of an episode back then, to say the least. But that was what made it a favorite of mine. It was just refreshing to see other characters predominantly taking the spotlight for a change, and Plankton was one of those characters that can make more hold of the episode on his own. Yeah, SpongeBob not really being in the episode very much made it so much more about Plankton. And also Plankton's Army. I talked about this in my Secret Formula video. It's the episode that reveals Plankton's first name because it's the episode where we get to know him better. So I really like that connection. It makes me laugh because when Mall Girl Pearl from season 9 first aired, I remember seeing a bunch of people lauding it as an apparently revolutionary episode for the show, since it was entirely from another character's perspective, and SpongeBob had next to no role in the episode. And that's interesting. Yeah, there's even episodes before Plankton's Army that weren't about SpongeBob. Like Midlife Crustacean is a Mr. Krabs focused up. Like Mr. Krabs is the main character of Midlife Crustacean. SpongeBob's there. He has a prominent role, but he's not the main character of it. Or plenty of Bang Geeks. Bang Geeks is a Squidward focused episode. SpongeBob has a pretty big role in it, but Dying for Pot again. Like I guess there's some episodes where SpongeBob has a very prominent role. I guess they're talking more about episodes where SpongeBob is like barely in it, and that doesn't really apply to a lot of episodes other than Plankton's Army in the classic era. Would you do a Q&A? If you do, my question would be, why does Patrick always change? In the first season, he was someone SpongeBob to look up to. Season 2, 3 made him a psychic friend. Later in the show, where he just becomes a dumbass used to move the plot. Was Patrick? I think there was also another character that didn't appear as much in Plankton's Army. Squidward plays a minor part and doesn't appear as much. Squidward has a little bit more presence in Plankton's Army. Because he at the end guesses that the secret formula is under Krabs' mattress. Yeah, so I think the reason Patrick changes so much as a character is because he's the character that is the most... There's a balance with Patrick where his thing is that he's like the dumb friend. So like Mr. Krabs, for example, Mr. Krabs' whole thing is that he's greedy. So as Mr. Krabs gets more Flanderized throughout the seasons, they just kind of go right into that one trope of Mr. Krabs being greedy with money. But Mr. Krabs was always like that. You know, he always was greedy with money. But Patrick, while Patrick definitely had moments of being dumb, as Patrick got Flanderized, the dumbness, Patrick was just a little more... Patrick's stereotype being like dumb and lazy wasn't so prominent on his character as Mr. Krabs being cheap was. So as the show went on, you lose a lot more of the well-roundedness of Patrick as the new writers come in and know, oh, this is the dumb character. Yeah, wasn't there another commenter who wanted me to answer their question? There was someone who really wanted me to answer a question of theirs. There was someone who really wanted me to answer one of their questions. I think it's on another one of my videos. Where'd it go? Maybe it wasn't there. Let me see. I think it was on here. So this was on a different video, but someone really wanted me to answer this question. Yeah, there you are. There's a question. I know you put it on a different video too. You were interested in it. I think this will be the last one I'll go to. There's a question I've been wondering when watching one of your videos. Why is it wrong to hurt a character that is trying to protect something? For example, that one episode where SpongeBob has to take care of Fred. In that episode, SpongeBob gets hurt a lot. In the end, he's able to help Fred get his love interest. So what does that make this type of episode bad and how it should be done? Also, if you can, could you set an example of when you think a concept is done right? Oh, that was a long time ago. You're talking about when I talked about it in my leg. So you're talking about the concept of something being narratively deserved. So when something happens, everything that happens, so the point of a story is to communicate a perspective. So if you have something happen to a character, it is supposed to serve you communicating a perspective. So when something bad happens to a character, something bad can happen to a character for one of two reasons. Or else for one of two reasons, or else it's not good writing. The main reason that something bad will happen to a character is because it's narratively deserved. Narratively deserved means that the character did something earlier and then something bad happened to them, and that bad thing happening to the character communicates to the audience that the thing that they did earlier was wrong. It's meant to make a statement. It's not about saying, like I said this in my Krusty Krab destruction video, technically someone having their restaurant destroyed is never deserved. Like let's say you look at law, someone goes to court because they did something wrong. The punishment for going to court would never be, we're going to blow up your restaurant. Maybe the punishment in going to court would be you get sued, you lose your restaurant license, you go to jail. Like, these are reasonable punishments in the legal system. But in a show, the punishment for a character isn't the same as a punishment for the legal system. Hurting someone as a punishment is always wrong, in my opinion. My moral belief is I don't believe in the death penalty. I don't believe in torture. I believe that if someone is tried in a court of law, they shouldn't be hurt. It shouldn't be, oh, your punishment is to get whipped. Like, I don't believe in that. I think that that's wrong. So in a TV show, if Squidward does something bad and then he gets beaten up for it, I don't look at that and go, yeah, Squidward deserved to get beaten up. I think that that's awesome because I don't believe that morally. What I do think is Squidward's not real. He's not actually getting hurt. It's a story. What I am thinking is, okay, so because Squidward, let's say, for example, the Sea Bear episode, Squidward gets mauled by the sea bear because he didn't listen to SpongeBob and Patrick. This is narratively deserved. Squidward getting attacked by the sea bear is narratively deserved. Do I think anyone deserves to get mauled by a bear? Anyone on Earth? No, absolutely not. But the reason he got mauled by a bear is Squidward getting mauled by the bear communicates that he should have been less of a jerk to SpongeBob and Patrick beforehand. That's what makes it narratively deserved. So when SpongeBob gets hurt trying to help Fred in my leg, I can tell that the writers are just having SpongeBob get hurt just to have something happen. Like, it's just a gag. It's just nothing. It's just noise. It's not telling us anything about the character. It's not saying SpongeBob deserves this because he did X, Y, or the other thing, or SpongeBob deserves to get hurt because he made Fred's leg get hurt. It's not communicating anything about SpongeBob as a character. It's not communicating a perspective. It's just a thing that's happening. The other reason a bad thing could happen to a character, because it's not always narrative deservedness, a bad thing could also happen to a character to challenge them, to see how they react. So like, I'm working on my Squidward torture video. So in the episode Friendiversary, the beginning of Friendiversary has a bunch of Squidward torture that is narratively undeserved, but it's not bad writing because Squidward is challenged to deal with that, and he deals with that poorly, which leads to him getting more torture later in the episode, which is narratively deserved. So that's also, but that also does not apply to your example about SpongeBob having, getting hurt in my leg. And also another thing is, like, sometimes bad things happen to characters to motivate a more important character, to motivate a more important character. Like if something bad happens to like a background character, or like Superman or something, like, you know, someone is going to get hurt and Superman has to save them. Like the person getting hurt that Superman has to save, it's not narratively deserved for the person. It's meant to be a challenge for Superman, who is the character that we care about. Another thing I wonder, does this also apply to characters who are trying to get something that will constantly fail, like Wile E. Coyote or Scrat from Ice Age? Yes, because the Wile E. Coyote and Scrat from Ice Age, their pain is because they are obsessed with getting their goal. So they get hurt because they are... So when Wile E. Coyote and Scrat from Ice Age, when they get hurt, it is communicating that they are too obsessed with getting their goal. So we hurt them to communicate that perspective. I guess Scrat's a little less deserved because all the dude wants is an acorn, but Wile E. Coyote's probably a little more deserved. But you know, I haven't seen the Ice Age Scrat things. Wouldn't hurting a character that is trying to protect something narratively work more towards a sense of stakes than punishment? It gives a reason for the person to be protected. Yeah, I could see that. Like they're trying to go through something to like they're like this is what they have to do to protect the person. I could kind of see that. I don't think it worked too well with my leg, but I do get what you mean. That would fall under narratively deserved, because it would basically show that even though you did something good, trying to protect someone in a dangerous situation could still lead to you getting hurt. That's still narratively deserved. Narratively deserved doesn't always mean morality. Also, narratively deserved could just mean literal consequences. Like look at Club SpongeBob. In Club SpongeBob, Squidward gets hurt by SpongeBob and Patrick's actions with the magic conch. And SpongeBob and Patrick are objectively in the wrong. They are denying Squidward food based off of a belief that has no basis in reality. But Squidward doesn't deal with the situation well. He tries to argue with it. He tries to do that. You know, he calls it a stupid toy. None of these things are morally wrong for Squidward to do, but in reality, that would lead to those negative consequences, and that is what the narrative is trying to teach. So, yep, that's our, that is the comment section. All right, I think we're going to wrap up the stream for today. It was a very good stream, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Pretty solid viewership throughout this stream. Pretty happy with it. Yeah, thank you all for being here. It was a lot of fun. I am going to go get to work on some stuff, but yeah. Make sure to subscribe to Jackson Finelli Podcast. That is linked in the description of this stream. That's where you'll be able to watch the stream highlights. So thank you so much for watching, and see you next time. See you next Sunday. I'm probably going to be streaming well before next Sunday, actually. I might want to stream Pokemon Pokopia when it comes out. Before you wrap it up, could you do one last thing? It's quick. Yeah, sure, go for it. But yeah, we'll probably be doing some streams throughout the week. I think I'm going to do Pokemon Pokopia. I'm going to see how it goes. I'm doing the Pokemon Nuzlocke. I want to play more SpongeBob. Do more gaming streams. This was a big talkie stream. Probably do a lot more gaming streams throughout the rest of the week. But yeah, looking forward to it. I don't know. Would we be interested in Pokemon Pokopia? I know it's not a huge. It's a little bit of an overlap. This is the example for the AI thing. Any plans for the Pokemon Nuzlocke this week? Yeah, I might revisit it on Tuesday. If I have time, I might be trying to film more videos. If not, definitely somewhere in the next weekend. But I'd like to do it probably in a couple days. Probably Tuesday. I'm thinking about Tuesday. Can't guarantee it. I'm gonna see. I'm gonna try to write and record a video. This is the example for the AI thing. It is a link. I don't see the link. Did it not send the link? It might not let you send links. I think only the mod can send a link. Do you know where I can find it? Yeah, it might not let you send links. YouTube blocks links. Yeah, the mod can send links. But any old person can't send links. It's a safety thing. Do you know where I can find it? I could look for it. What is it, on Reddit or something? You got an idea of where it is? Continued Wiki Sonic. I don't know what that is. I'm not sure what that is. Why don't you comment it? Why don't you comment it on this stream? Why don't you comment what you want me to look at on this stream, and I'll check it out later, and if it grabs me, then I'll talk about it in a future stream. But yeah, I'm gonna end it for now. But thank you so much for watching, everybody, and I will